Okay, let's get started. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Hain. I am a Senior Utilities Engineer in the Safety Policy Division's Risk Assessment section. This is the first workshop in Southern California Edison's 2022 Risk Assessment and Mitigation Phase, or RAM for short, RAM application A.22-05-013. This workshop is being jointly hosted by the CPUC and Southern California Edison. The workshop is being recorded, and the recording will be posted on YouTube when it becomes available. The Safety Policy Division has the responsibility to conduct an evaluation of Southern California Edison's RAM application. I am the project leader of this RAM application of this SPD evaluation team. The result of the SPD evaluation will be an evaluation report that will be due around September 1st, although there may be, there's some desire from some parties to extend the deadline, but we'll see about that. This is the first of what will likely be several workshops in this proceeding. The purpose of this first workshop is for SCE to present a fairly high-level overview of the risk chapters in the RAM application and to allow workshop participants to ask questions. To keep background noises to a minimum, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. And I will let SCE express how they would like questions to be asked. And with these brief introductory remarks, I'm going to hand over the mic to the first SCE representative.
Stephen, thank you. This is Chris Vias with Southern California Edison. Good morning, everyone. I'll be turning over to Dan Kamla of our regulatory arm in a minute, who will go over the agenda and do our safety moment. But to answer your question, Stephen, we will be taking questions as the presentations go. We'll have speakers try to pause at appropriate junctures to do so, and then also additional Q&A at the end of slide units. So we won't be having questions reserved until the end. We will also have a roundtable and last Q&A overall, so there'll be multiple opportunities for parties to ask questions or provide commentary.
Thank you.
And with that, I'd like to turn over to Dan Kalma to do our safety moment and quickly show the agenda.
Thank you, Chris. I won't go into too much detail on each of these, but in the morning here, we plan on providing an overview of our ramp, including discussion on the MAVF. I'll cover some regulatory requirements as well as our work paper and data request process. We'll have a break for lunch. In the afternoon, we plan on doing a deeper dive into our wildfire and PSPS risks, as well as our employee safety risks, touching on how we treated climate change in our ramp. And as Chris just mentioned, we'll have a final Q&A and roundtable at the end, and welcome questions throughout the presentations here. If you can move to the next slide, please. We wanted to provide a brief safety moment here that we thought was both timely and relevant. Regardless of where you are in this country right now, there's been extreme heat waves throughout. An extreme heat wave is defined as a long period of 2 or more days of high heat and humidity of temperatures above 90 degrees, which I believe most of us have experienced in California over the last week here. So we just wanted to provide some general guidelines and topics for consideration for the teams here. So, if you are under an extreme heat warning, we advise to kind of find air conditioning if possible, avoid strenuous activities, watch yourself and others for heat illness. A key thing is to make sure you drink plenty of fluids, watch for heat cramps, exhaustion, and, most importantly, never leave people or pets in a closed car. With that, I'd like to hand it over to Robert Lemoyne, and I will let him introduce himself and kick it off for SCE.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, team. First, I want to thank everyone for joining our post-filing ramp workshop, and start by expressing appreciation to the Commission for hosting this workshop, and to staff, and to acknowledge the efforts by everyone who put this workshop together. It's good to see a lot of familiar names on this webinar, so thank you for joining. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Robert Lemoyne, Director of Enterprise Risk Management at Southern California Edison. And the ERM organization is the one responsible for putting together this ramp showing, and I'm ultimately accountable for the filing. As such, it's likely that I'll be the witness sponsoring our ramp to GRC testimony in our 2025 GRC. So happy to be here supporting the workshop. The ramp, it's very important to us. Safety, as everyone knows, is a top priority at SCE. It's one of our core values. In ramp, we identify the top safety risks that the company addresses on behalf of our customers, the communities we're privileged to serve, and of course, our workforce. And ramp has been an important part of our continuing journey in risk-informed decision-making and culture at Edison. In this ramp report, this is the first ramp report that SCE has filed in compliance with the SMAP settlement. It explains carefully the dimensions of our top safety risks and provides risk scoring. And we explain how we're acting now or planning to act in the future to mitigate risk. I want to say that this ramp has benefited from the committed efforts of folks that spanned our entire company. Our senior leadership was deeply engaged throughout the process of developing and finalizing this showing. I want to close quickly where I started, say again, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for participation in this workshop. We look forward to our discussion. Finally, most of you know our ramp efforts here were managed by Chris Villas. I'm going to pass it back over to him to give you an overview of our ramp report. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Robert. Again, good morning, everybody. And I want to join Robert in saying thank you very much for your participation. We very much appreciate it. We appreciate the different perspectives. And we look forward to, as we present, to an ongoing dialogue and conversation regarding SCE's ramp showing. So many thanks. If we could please move to the next slide. Team, it's looking a little better, but in case the slides on your screen are appearing a little bit blurry on the WebEx, when I go to each slide, I will quickly announce the title of each slide. So if you want to follow along to your own copy, I'll try to make that an easy endeavor. Next slide, please. Okay, so I serve as the Principal Manager of Regulatory Risk in SCE's Enterprise Risk Management System. And as Robert indicated, I have ramp responsibilities as he had indicated. So next slide, please. SCE wants to be very cognizant of the fact that parties are coming into this workshop perhaps with different levels of familiarity with regard to the ramp. For some in the audience, this may be the first ramp that they are participating in a proceeding regarding. Others may be very experienced. We tried to structure this overview and workshop to really kind of at different points speak to all levels. So I will be going over on an overview basis our ramp showing. I will be explaining parameters and dimensions of it, do a very little bit of background on ramp. And then as we progress, we will be drilling down into further detail, including on our wildfire and PSPS ramp risks. So hopefully, if all of this isn't relevant to the right level for you, at least some of it will be, because we're trying to be respectful of all different members of the audience here. To start, our ramp is a very integral part of our overall risk management process at SCE. As parties may know, ramp focuses very carefully on safety risk mitigations and what return occurs on those risk investments in terms of what do you get for the dollar spent on those risk mitigations. It functions for the upcoming GRC period for SCE, which will be 2025 to 2028. Under the Commission's framework, the ramp is a full prerequisite filing of the GRC, and it helps the CPUC assess how we are identifying and mitigating the top safety risks that face the utility, its workers, and our customers, as well as the entire communities that we're privileged to serve. We filed our ramp on May 13th. Per the schedule, it's 1 year before we file our next GRC application. Our ramp filing, again, describes our top safety risks. It explains how we analyze and prioritize each of those risks, and it carefully evaluates mitigation activities for each risk, including alternative mitigation plans. Importantly, the actual spending that is estimated in the ramp is not authorized one way or the other during the ramp phase of the GRC process. But ramp does inform the scope and spending for the major safety-driven initiatives in the GRC. And in between the ramp and the GRC, utilities can and do make appropriate updates, modify the cost estimates as better and more detailed information becomes available, or additional analyses are completed. There may be some modifications to mitigation selections and appropriate risk analysis. When the utility makes such changes, the utility explains them in the GRC application testimony, explaining this is what I said in ramp and here's why it's different, maybe new evidence, etc. Next slide, please. This slide is titled Background. Just want to go very quickly over some background in ramp. Beginning in December of 2014, the CPUC modified the GRC process itself in order to incorporate a specifically risk-based decision-making framework. RAMP is a key part of the framework, and it shows in detail, again, how the utility not only identifies its key risks, but what's the prioritization, and how is the utility managing and mitigating the risks. The RAMP will help all parties in assessing the risk analysis, and the RAMP focuses on the development, reporting, and assessment of the risk analysis, and it should help inform the requested spend and scope in the GRC. So as you can see on the bottom of the slide, the CPUC has set up a kind of very logical continuum that began with the modifications to RAMP and the risk-informed framework via the SMAP settlement that was widely agreed to by parties and endorsed by the Commission in a final decision. Then the utilities have their RAMP reports, and then, of course, the GRC. And as this process goes through, there is annual accountability reporting by utilities, including items such as the risk spending accountability reports that utilities submit on an annual basis. May we have the next slide, please? Because of the timing of when SCE had to submit its last RAMP, our 2018 RAMP report, which was the first one that we filed, was actually exempted by the Commission from the provisions of the SMAP settlement agreement. But now in our 2022 RAMP, we comply with all existing RAMP requirements, and that, of course, includes the new requirements, so to speak, from the SMAP settlement agreement. It also includes requirements springing from a recent decision by the Commission in the risk-informed decision-making rulemaking, or risk OIR. The first major change, and again, as the footnote, in case this is not intended to be an exhaustive list of new requirements for SCE based on the SMAP settlement agreement. We just wanted to highlight a couple of them. The first is the RSE calculations, or risk spending efficiency calculations, could be done at the system level in our 2018 RAMP and in our fellow utilities' earlier RAMPs, which meant, for example, if you were looking at employee safety, you could be looking at it from a system level, meaning all employees. Now, RSE calculations are at the tranche level, so that the utility must come up with logical subparts of the risk and analyze each subpart. So we have provided RSEs at the tranche level for each RAMP risk, breaking it out as was logical and transparent in our view. And the utility also includes total lifetime benefits and costs for controls and mitigations. And to give an example of a tranche, that would be, as I mentioned, at the system level, employee safety might be looked at as all employees. What we did for employee safety here was to have one tranche was field employees versus office employees. And then we did further sub-tranching, if you will, for the field employees, because field workers are obviously, there are hazards specific to those workers, which includes working in and around energized equipment often on a near constant basis. We also include foundational activities in our RSE calculations, and this sprang from dialogue about treatment of foundational programs in other regulatory proceedings, including the risk OIR and SMAP 1. So for foundational programs that support more than one risk mitigation, a portfolio of risk mitigations, we're including the cost of foundational programs that support when we are calculating the RSEs of the mitigations. Now, that's only if the aggregate cost over the next GRC period of the foundational programs exceeds CPUC prescribed thresholds. And we also provide the rationale for including the activity as foundational, and we explain how the costs were allocated in each ramp chapter. We do all of this as applicable. Also, one thing I want to draw your attention to, because you will be seeing it in just a little while, is a data transparency additional work product from SCE. In the risk OIR, PG&E had proposed a form of presenting or showing certain data that was nicknamed the data transparency proposal or template. And solely for informational purposes and not for any other purpose, SCE is going to be showing a test drive of PG&E's transparency proposal as applied to our ramp, and we will be providing those results very shortly, because it is to be provided within 60 days after the ramp filing, and we filed in mid-May. Next slide, please. Are there any questions so far before I go on to the next slide? Okay, and I will be pausing again if there are, in a little bit, if there are other questions. One thing that SCE would very much like to level set here as we go through the day's presentations and as parties are going through our ramp is it's important to keep in mind that RSEs, these risk spending efficiency scores, they are an important factor, but they are only one factor that utility management must use when making risk-informed decisions. The RSE represents a relative measure of estimated cost effectiveness for the actions a utility takes to mitigate a specific risk. But when we break it down, these RSEs are based in part on assumptions and preliminary cost projections. These cost projections are being provided a full year in advance of GRC forecasts, which are in and of themselves reasonable estimates pursuant to the rate case plan. So the RSEs should be viewed based on that as point-in-time approximations that are being given one full year in advance of the GRC application process initiating. And they are not and can't be the only factor that decision makers use when developing proposed risk mitigation plans and executing on them. For example, RSEs, though a valuable tool, necessarily cannot take into account operational realities, resource constraints, and other kind of real-life critical factors that must be considered when developing and selecting on mitigation plans. As a simple example, if one were to try to implement a comprehensive wildfire risk mitigation plan based solely on RSEs, looking at nothing else, this could lead to significant parts of our system and the surrounding communities and potentially being exposed on wildfire risk and potentially significant risk issues being left unaddressed. The Commission's own safety arm has agreed that RSEs appear to be just one factor. We included some citations for that in our ramp. I refer you to chapter 1, page 19, and that again is not meant to be any kind of exhaustive listing of where the Commission's safety arm has confirmed this point. May we have the next slide? Before I go into the specific risk chapters and appendices, break down our ramp report into its component parts for you, just want to check if there are any questions.
Hi, Chris. This is Tom Long. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Tom. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, and for those who don't know me, I'm Tom Long with Turn. Chris, I wanted to ask a question about this slide 9. Would it be fair to say that the RSEs take into account the company's best estimates of the safety and financial and reliability risks that the company faces, and that they represent the company's best assessment for a given mitigation of the risk reduction when you consider all of those factors, so that they're representing the company's best judgment of the risk reduction value of a mitigation compared to its cost. Is that fair to say?
Well, Tom, you're asking a good question, and maybe if we could go back to slide 9, which was, I think the RSEs are only one factor. Tom, the RSCs that we present in our ramp are RSCs that are developed according to the restrictions and the parameters that the commission has set forth in its ramp decisions. And so, for example, ramp is more safety focused than reliability focused. Under certain circumstances, the reliability attribute is analyzed, but there are all types of reliability focused risks that are not addressed in ramp because ramp really looks at the top safety risks. So this represents our best work product using the restrictions and parameters that are set forth by the commission in its ramp decisions. Thank you again for your question, Tom. Could we move to the next slide?
Chris, I have one question. This is Wendy
Sure.
Amistad. Can
Hi,
you go
Wendy.
back to
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you go back to the slide? I just wondered if you could speak more to the first bullet point about RSC being a relative measure of cost effectiveness. Could you speak a little more to the relative part?
Yeah, and maybe that's not the most precise, it's maybe too summary term, but for example, as I was alluding to, the RSC is not a comprehensive look because it may have certain restrictions. For example, the commission is, the RSC is developed to look at only years 2025 to 2028, in particular for this SCE ramp GRC cycle. But as you well know, Wendy, you've got a strong engineering background, you know the science as well as anyone. When you're putting in a capital asset, for example, the utility is making decisions based on the puts and takes there that may go beyond 2025 to 2028, or maybe making larger plans as part of a larger whole that go beyond that time period. So we SCE believes in what the commission has put forth. We have provided our best work product on it, but the ramp RSCs do not show the entirety of utility decision making or the entirety of the field of the decisions that the utility is making in order to alleviate, for example, reliability risk, customer satisfaction risk, and other such risks that are not the main focus of ramp. In the case of customer satisfaction, are really not a set focus of ramp. Thank you, Wendy.
Hi, this is Hafizur with SPD, this assessment section. In the example we have here on this slide, thinking about significant parts of the system and potentially significant risk issues being left unaddressed. What exactly do you mean by that?
Well, it was meant to be a simplified example that if, for example, the utility were to, let's say that the utility said, I'm going to decide everything based solely on RSCs that I'm presenting in ramp. Well, those RSCs are, for example, only for the nearer term. And also to the extent that there is a solution that makes the most sense for the mitigation of wildfire, but there are other solutions that in a real life sense make less sense, but based on the parameters and restrictions of RSC, they have a higher RSC. If you blindly just go by the RSC and nothing else, you may not have the right solutions or applied in the right magnitude or scope. It was only meant to be a simplified example and nothing more. It's not a representation of what we actually do or contemplate doing.
Okay, thank you for clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate the question.
Chris, Tom, this is Tom, just a follow-up question. I'm not sure I get the point about the RSCs and only looking at the near term, because I think you're aware that the risk reduction benefits are calculated over the life of the mitigation. So if you have a 45-day mitigation.
And I should have clarified that point.
That was just one point, and I'd like to hear your response on that in a moment. But the other is, you said that the ramp doesn't consider all risks, and it's true, although there's provisions in the settlement that your organization and our organization agreed to that allow for other risks to be considered and mitigations to be considered. But putting that aside, for the mitigations that are considered, like say wildfire, the all important mitigation or the risk these days, it is a comprehensive look at all the risk reduction benefits of the proposed mitigations, isn't it?
So, Tom, it is used under the restrictions and parameters of RAMP. I mean, I can't characterize if it has every last detail in it. And to go back to your point on reliability, RAMP looks at the top safety risks, not the top reliability risks. I don't think this is really the place to debate what are the right parameters or restrictions of RAMP. I understand your question. This represents our best work product using the rules that the commission had set down.
Yeah, well, thanks. You guys chose to put the slide in. This slide is a point you emphasized numerous times in your report. You chose to put the slide in, and I just wanted to share a different perspective for the benefit of folks attending the workshop.
Yep, Tom, always appreciate the dialogue with you. All right. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Okay, I'm going to just do very quickly a little bit of detail of the RAMP risk chapters and the appendices. So let's please go to the next slide. So there's a two-phase process set down by the SMAP settlement where there's an analysis process to arrive at the top safety risks. And then they are analyzed in sort of the second phase of the RAMP analysis and development of the RAMP report. After engaging in the SMAP prescribed analysis, we arrived at the following risks. And as I go through them very briefly, I'm not going to read the definitions. I will just point out in one or two places where it differs a little bit from what we presented in our 2018 RAMP report. First is wildfire and PSPS. And at the commission's guidance, PSPS is included in RAMP not only as an ignition mitigation, but as a standalone RAMP risk. We also have contact with energized equipment and underground equipment failure. Those were both included in our last RAMP. In our last RAMP, we had a examination of building safety, and we received some feedback from staff that they would appreciate if we perhaps focused on seismic risk. So we have done so in this RAMP. Physical security and cyber security or cyber attack were in our last RAMP. Hydro dam failure was in our last RAMP. It was titled hydro asset failure, I believe. And in this RAMP, rather than having employees and contractors the analysis together in one consolidated analysis, we've broken it out into more detail in this RAMP. So we have a separate risk and chapter for employee safety and a separate one for contractor safety. May I have the next slide, please? This is just a brief summary for these risks of the risk scores that are presented in our RAMP report. We present also the likelihood of the risk event and the consequences of the risk event, the numbers that are arrived at using the RAMP analysis. So all of these numbers and supporting detail, work papers, et cetera, are found in our RAMP report. May I have the next slide, please?
Chris, Hafizer again with SPD assessment. If you recall on the pre-filing workshop, you had a slide about the preliminary list of risk scores, right? So
yes.
This morning, actually, I was looking into both of the risk scores that you are presenting here today and the previous one. In most of the cases, I see quite a bit of discrepancies in terms of risk scores. Is there something you want to discuss about it?
Well, as we carefully noted, in those scores that we were presenting, sorry. I would have to look at the presentation that you're referring to because I'm not sure we're talking apples to apples here, but I'll take a look at that and you and I can talk one-on-one then. but I would note we carefully said that these are very preliminary. They are being provided approximately 6 months in advance of our ramp, and is based on preliminary analysis. So it was to give parties a look prior, 6 months prior. And so a lot of analysis occurred then in the intervening 6-month period as we really developed the ramp in its details and then, refined it and finalized it. But I'll take a look at what you're referring to, and maybe you and I can talk during a break one-on-one or at your convenience after the workshop.
Yeah, for example, just give an example so you can see where I'm coming from. Underground equipment failure, you have 1.96 versus 0.24 on the preliminary score that you presented earlier on the first presentation. So likewise, many discrepancies that I noticed. And also my follow-up question, and as you mentioned, we can talk about it, because we're evaluating the whole ramp application, correct? So throughout the process, is there going to be any changes of the risk score while we're doing the evaluation? That's something also I'm interested to make sure that we are looking at it as an apples to apples, so that we know what you have submitted and what we are evaluating and what would be the outcome of our SPD report.
SE will follow the CPUC process, and there is the process indicates there's no like set update for a ramp. The update, if you will, to the extent there is, we will be filing a GRC, and to the extent there are changes, we will explain those changes in our GRC application when applied. As to your point, the earlier one, I really would like to talk one-on-one when I have the document in front of me, because I'm not sure apples to apples is going on here. And also, as we explained, changes not only occur, but are expected to occur, because again, you're talking about 6 months, a full 6 months before we actually filed our ramp. It would stand to reason that there would be further analysis occurring that would modify that preliminary analysis. I'm going to also ask my colleague Dan Comla to add, because he may have further supporting detail here.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Just to provide a little bit more detail, those preliminary numbers were also baselined at the end of 2021. The numbers shown here are consistent with the baseline of 2025, so that's just one difference. Also, the set of preliminary numbers we provided in that pre-ramp workshop, some of them only included the safety risk score, like the one you mentioned for underground equipment failure, that value of 0.24. However, the numbers here are the full score, which would incorporate also the reliability and financial component of that consequence. And there's other things that we have incorporated since that pre-ramp, which includes, a more granular analysis of those underground equipment failure, contact energized equipment, as well as the wildfire risk. So there are some differences. It isn't 100% apples to apples. And if you had more specific questions, we'd be happy to answer that, like in discovery or in a separate conversation, like Chris mentioned.
So I guess then more of the stuff, like other factors, are integrated to these numbers, as you mentioned. Understood. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is just in order that the showing is easy to navigate through. We had a consistent format for each of the ramp risk chapters, which included, of course, our assessment, risk analysis, and importantly, we present our proposed plan to mitigate the risk, and we present 2 separate alternative plans, and then explain why we chose the proposed plan. We also explore lessons learned, data collection, and discuss any applicable performance metrics. We also discuss our incorporation of stakeholder feedback, and that stakeholder feedback can be include certain feedback from the pre-filing workshop. Thank you. And next slide, please. In addition to our ramp risk chapters, we have certain separate appendices we included in our ramp report. In some cases, these appendices were there because the subject cuts across multiple ramp risks, or there was some suggestion for its inclusion in informal feedback from CPUC staff in prior either proceedings or discussion. In climate change, which I will address briefly also in the afternoon, we did discuss and address the climate change adaptation and vulnerability assessment that we filed on the same day as the ramp. We also discussed battery energy storage systems, an item of increasing activity. We, in our 2018 ramp, had, at the request of CPUC staff, included an appendix on our songs facility, and we have an update to that in our current ramp. We also, to the extent not already addressed in other chapters, we discussed certain potential but direct safety risks associated with transmission lines, sub-transmission lines, and substation assets. And then lastly, we have an appendix that discusses widespread outage and its impacts to the extent that's not already addressed in our existing ramp chapters. May we have the next slide, please? Again, just one last sweep for questions before I turn it over to my colleague, Gary Cheng. Thank you very much for your time. I'll be speaking to you on additional item or two later in the day, but thank you for your attention, and thank you very much for the questions and feedback. I'd like to now turn it over to Gary Cheng.
Thank you, Chris. And can I do a sound check? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you're coming in fine.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. My name is Gary Chan, and I will be covering the risk analysis portion of this presentation, which covers the multi-attribute value framework, MAVF, and the risk quantification, and more specifically, the RSE calculation. I also wanted to point out that the materials I will be discussing today is discussed in more detail in Chapter 2 of our RAMP report. So if we could go on to the next slide, please. This slide is entitled MAVF Summary. So the table below represents SE's MAVF framework consistent with the SMAP settlement guidelines. As Chris indicated, some in the audience may or may not be familiar with the MAVF structure, given that there have been ongoing risk OIR technical working group workshops over the past couple of months. So let me step back and kind of give you a high-level overview of this table. The first one is the attribute. The attribute is what we consider the consequences of a risk event. So right now we're measuring safety, reliability, and financial. In terms of how we measure safety, that second column is we use an index. The index, in this case, we define as 1.0 times the number of fatalities plus 1/4 times the number of serious injuries. For reliability, we measure that in the customer minutes of interruption, and for financial, we measure in dollars. The weights, ranges, and scaling functions are all interrelated to each other, so it's hard to kind of focus on just one specifically. But really, what do the weights, ranges, and scaling functions do? They convert the natural units of safety score, a reliability score, a financial score into a unitless risk score. For example, if you had a reliability, you would divide by the normalization, which is the range. You then look at the scaling function and then weigh to get your multi-attribute value risk score. So let me highlight a couple key things here. A key change from our 2018 ramp. In 2018 ramp, we used a nonlinear scaling function. So in our 2022 ramp filing, also in our 2021 WMP, we have switched from a nonlinear to a linear scaling function. Also, SE's safety weighting of 50% meets the SMAP settlement requirements of a minimum weight of 40%. So I know I've said a lot. Let me pause here to see if anyone has any questions on this specific slide. Okay, could we go on to the next slide, please? So this slide talks about the baseline risk methodology. So it's really important to think about that when we calculate RSEs, we need the appropriate baseline, really, to answer the question, what is the risk reduction that we are taking it from? So when we calculate in terms of the risk beneficiency calculations, SCE's baseline is the end of 2024, January, or the beginning of 2025, because that's the start of our GRC period. So how do we get to this baseline at the end of 2024? We first have to start off with a starting point. The starting point here is 2021. Why did we choose 2021? 2021 represents the last complete year of which we have data. So that's why we chose the end of 2021. In order to get to the baseline risk at the end of 2024, we looked at the mitigation scope between the period of 2022, 23, 24, and we applied that to the baseline score, if you will, at the end of 2021. By applying those mitigation scope, we come up with a new baseline score at the end of 2024. And it is from this point that RSC calculations are calculated. Just want to be clear that RSCs are not calculated for any mitigation scope deployed, before 2025. If there are any questions?
Gary,
yes.
This is Hafizur with SPD again. As Chris mentioned, or Dan, I believe, mentioned about the 2021 baseline versus 2025 baseline. My question is, as you just mentioned, so 2021 baseline, you have a complete data set. Based on that, you have the baseline, correct?
We have historical data to.
Right.
Yeah.
And then when you go to 2025, I'm just confused. Where are you getting the 2025 data set as a baseline? Is that you are making assumption based on 2021 baseline?
Sure, that's a great question. So let me just start off with step one. So step one says, I have a certain risk score. This is a certain view of the world at the end of 2021. Let's just assume it's 100 units of risk, at the end of 2021. So by applying mitigations, we have mitigation scope in 22, 23, and 24, for example, right? That would drive down our 100 units of risk, right? So at the end of 21 through the end of 2024, or maybe we start off with 100 units of risk. At the end of 2024, by applying the mitigations, we're now down to, let's just say, 85 units of risk. So 85 units of risk, that's the point at which we then look at the scope of 2025 mitigations and calculate the baseline risk reduction from that 80 points of risk. Does that answer your question?
So I think somewhat, is that going to, as we're evaluating and as Chris mentioned, as you folks are going to file the GRC later down the road, is that number going to continuously change as a baseline? That's what I'm stucking in. I mean, you have a goal to achieve with CPUC. Now, to me, it's like, are you changing every time, even though you are filing the GRC?
Maybe you could clarify that question a little bit more. What do you mean by changing? And what am I changing?
If I can try and address that maybe
Okay.
here. I think the settlement agreement kind of directs the IOUs to update their risk analysis in between the ramp and the rate case to, once again, incorporate any feedback we would receive from parties, any direction from SPD, as well as updating with more, newer data if possible. Once again, when we file the rate case, we may have 2022 recorded data that could help inform. So we continually try and make sure that we have the most up-to-date data. So that may mean that, yes, our risk numbers will change between the ramp and the rate case, but we hope that that is intended, that is intended to make sure that we have the most accurate and up-to-date information when we file our rate case.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan. Next slide, please. Tranches. So Chris briefly touched upon risk tranching in his presentation, but I want to maybe further elaborate on it and just give a visual aid. As Chris noted, in each ramp chapter, we have a section describing what the tranche is and the rationale for choosing that specific tranche. So let me just give you more of a visual example. If you look on the left, a system level employee safety, right? This is an aggregate system level risk, one single tranche. if you look on the right-hand side in our 2022 ramp filing, we have, 3 tranches. We initially had office and field, and then we double-clicked into field where we have field and field others and field linemen and journeymen. I believe we have Todd Gallagher from our employee safety team who can speak more about our tranching later on in the afternoon section. So what are the implications of having 3 tranches versus 1 tranche on a system level analysis? So for example, let's just say you had a mitigation that's an all employee training program, right? On the system level, you would, this mitigation program, an all employee training program, you would calculate 1 RSE because it's 1 tranche. On the example on the right-hand side, you have 3 tranches. So what we would have to do is split the employee training program into 3 cost buckets, 3 scopes to calculate 3 separate RSCs for these 3 separate tranches. So as you can imagine, the more granular the tranches you select, the more RSCs that will be an output of the modeling. So Dan Kamala, who is our regulatory case manager, will be discussing later in this presentation how to access the RSC files that we have created and calculate in our ramp filing. Any questions? Okay, can we go on to the next slide, please? In the next few slides, I'm going to discuss a very high-level overview of calculating risk-spend efficiency. This is a illustrative example. I'm using exaggerated large numbers just for presentation purposes, so it's just easier for you to understand. So what we have here is calculating the baseline risk. What we have on the left-hand side is the lower or likelihood of risk event. We're using frequency. So in this case, this specific asset has 4 risk drivers. Each has a specific frequency for total frequency of 50. On the right-hand side, we have the consequence of risk event. As we indicated before in a couple slides back, we're measuring consequences on 3 dimensions: safety, reliability, and financial. What you see under each of those columns is the natural units, right? 10 for the safety index, 400 million CMIs, and a $2 billion financial impact. What we now have to do is convert each of these natural units into a Mars unit using the weights, ranges, and scaling factor that I discussed a couple slides back. So it comes out to 5, 5, and 10. Now that they are unitless risk scores, we can add them up together and we have a sum total of 20. So to come up with the pre-mitigated baseline risk score, we now have lower times score, which is 50 times 20, which is 1,000 risk points. We can go on to the next slide if there's no questions. Thank you. So in this slide, we now focus on the mitigation program. So this specific mitigation program only impacts the driver side of the equation. So if we remember, the driver side was 10, 10, 20, and 10, so a total of 50. For this specific mitigation, it impacts all 4 drivers, but for driver A and driver B, it has 0 mitigations. 0% effectiveness. Driver C is 25% effective and driver D is 50% effective. So what we need to do is calculate the remaining frequency. In this case, driver A is unaffected, so driver A's frequency stays static. Similarly to driver B, it stays static. Driver C, it mitigates it by 25%, so there's a 5 frequency reduction. So the remaining is 20 minus 5, which is 15. Similar analogous calculation for driver D. Now we have a total mitigated frequency of 40. So now we have 40 and we multiply 40 times 20. 20 was the core because no mitigation was applied to the core, so therefore the core is static. At this point, we have 40 times 20 equals 800. Now we have both the pre-mitigated risk score and the post-mitigated risk score. What do we have to do? We calculate the difference between, we calculate the difference between the two, which is 1,000 minus 800, which is 200 units of risk reduction. What do we have to now do is calculate or incorporate the useful life of the specific asset. For this illustrative example, I've chosen 5 years of useful life. So Y0, year 1 represents the specific years. Because it has 5 years of useful life, you would assume it'd be 200 each year, but we have to do a discounting. In this scenario, we've discounted by 3% in the numerator. So each of those years represent a cumulative 3% risk reduction, which we get to 943 points of risk. If we had done 0% risk reduction, we would have had 1,000 points of unit risk reduction. In this simplified example of $5 million is the cost of the program. Again, when we do RSC calculations, we represent cost in thousands. So that's why you see 943 divided by 5,000. In this case, 5 million was deployed in year 0, so there's no specific discounting for that period. We multiply it by the readability factor, and we get an RSC of 1.9 million.
Hey, Gary, how did SCE decide on the 3% discounting factor for benefits?
Thank you for that question, Stephen. I think that question, I think you probably raised that question in the last, yesterday's risk workshop. Yes. So what we did was we leveraged and utilized an existing CPUC decision. I don't know, the specific number, but it's in our RAMP report. It prescribed the use of the 3% societal discount in the numerator. That decision was really referencing, this distribution energy resources. That's the general topic. And we feel that, for mitigations that are mitigating safety, which is safety to our employees, public safety, mitigating reliability impacts to our customers, residential and business, we feel these are examples of what societal benefits are. As such, we think it's a prudent use of the 3%.
How involved would it be if my section were to do a data request to request SCE to recalculate the RSEs using a different interest rate assumption? How difficult would it be?
I think we can certainly entertain it. I think certain risks we have it as Excel model, so it's really easy just to go into the specific Excel file and just change that parameter from 3% to whatever percent you want to use. For something like our other models, or something like our wildfire model, which is written in code, we would have to ask our data analytics team to implement the change and rerun it. But it's certainly doable. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, this is Tom Long from Turn. I wanted to follow up on Steve's question because we have the same interest and we raised this in our protest, and we have concerns about the discount rates that you're using. I know you're using various models, and I'm sure we'll talk about it this afternoon, to estimate inputs for the RSE calculation. And I think it's mostly for the numerator of the RSE calculation. I'm not sure why you wouldn't be using an Excel model for the cost, the denominator of the RSE calculation. So I'm not sure why those models would make it more challenging to substitute a different interest rate for wildfire.
Great question, Tom. When we calculate RSEs, we're using one model to calculate the risk beneficiency, right? We're not using one model to calculate the numerator. We're not using another model to, calculate the denominator. All the inputs are lifted from various parts of our system, and using code, we just run a calculation to calculate risk beneficiency.
Well, I guess maybe we'll look at it some more, but I guess what I would expect would be, if you are using models to estimate inputs, such as the LOR and the core, the pre-mitigation LOR and the core, which is what I understood you're doing. I don't understand why those whatever values you get that are outputs from those models couldn't be put into an Excel spreadsheet and then use an Excel spreadsheet to calculate the RSE, as opposed to having, what we're concerned are sort of black box models saying, we threw a bunch of inputs in and boom, out comes the RSE without transparency as to how we got from the beginning to the end.
Thank you for that. I mean, we're using big data right now. There's a lot of data involved in, calculating all these components to go into RSE. So it's not I mean, as you can see from our Excel files, they're very large, and that's just a function of the depth of our data.
Okay, well, let's see where we get when we get to the wildfire discussion. Let's see, maybe it's not what I'm concerned that you're what you're describing concerns me, but maybe that's not the case.
Okay, thank you.
Gary, this is Jonathan Lesser
Sure.
with Continental Economics working for Turn. In your ramp, you say you use a 3% discount rate for benefits, but you use a 10% discount rate for costs.
That's correct.
Do you have any cites to any academic literature that says costs and benefits can be discounted at different rates? Because that's something I'm certainly not familiar with, and I've written articles on discounting.
We are setting to the CPUC's decision on our 3%.
Understood, but why are you then discounting costs at 10%, different discount rate?
That's our incremental cost of capital.
Can you define what incremental cost of capital is?
Yeah, this is something that we leverage from our finance group. We asked them what's the appropriate rate to discount in the denominator, and it's consistent with our WACC.
All right, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I can turn it over to Dan.
Thank you, Gary. Can you please move to the next slide? You can move to the next one. Thank you. So I really wanted to cover some of the compliance requirements. For those of you that might be familiar with our general rate cases, we have typically had an exhibit or a volume that laid out all of the compliance requirements for our rate case and where we addressed them in our general rate case filing. And we thought that was a useful exercise to bring into this ramp report. So we have provided a work paper and a comprehensive work paper, and it's titled Work Paper Chapter 1 Ramp Compliance Requirements, that addressed each individual compliance requirement. And I'm not going to go through all of them in detail by any means because there's quite a few. But for instance, if you look at those 4 bullets there might be one that came from the settlement agreement. So, you know, that would be the commission decision or public utilities code provision that resulted in a compliance requirement. The action required could be something such as step 1A is building a multi-attribute value function. So we would cite what that action is required. That could be an ordering paragraph, or like I said, it could be part of, you know, the settlement agreement's provisions. We would then reference the decision. For instance, that specific one would have been, you know, Appendix A. That was step 1A and the pages from that specific settlement agreement. We would then, you know, reference to, you know, proof of compliance. Like for instance, we would cite to where that would be in our ramp chapter. We could also be citing the potential work papers where we address that specific compliance requirement. And so we really hope this provides value to parties where we have all the compliance requirements and how we address them in one standalone document for ease of reference for parties. I don't really have anything else to cover on the slide, but I'm happy to answer any questions about this work paper or just general compliance requirements with our ramp report. If not, I think we can move to the next slide. Okay, the next slides here, I'll be covering our ramp work papers and our data request process. So if you can please move to the next slide. So first, just wanted to start off about where the availability of our ramp work papers are. So you can see here that they are published online, accessible to everyone. You can go to www.sce.com/applications. From there, you should see a screen like you see on the lower left-hand corner here. You should be able to locate SCE 2022 ramp, which I still believe is the top related documents link there. Once you click on it, you will get a screen that you see here on the lower right. And I realize that might be a little difficult for parties to see. But there's a couple different ways you can sort these to be able to readily identify work papers versus other documents that are included in this application site. So for instance, there's a column called subject where you can search for the title work paper, as well as a column that's entitled clip, where once again, you can search for just work papers, and that should hopefully narrow down the list of things you need to sort through to find the specific work papers or testimony or narrative volumes that you're looking for. This contains both the Adobe PDF versions as well as any supporting Excel files that were used to create those PDFs, as well as our Excel-based risk models. All of the Excel files are provided in zip files for ease, so you can download or save to your hard drive as needed. So before we get into the detail of what the work papers are, I just want to see if there's any general questions on how to access these work papers. Okay, I think you can move to the next slide. So I just want to give a high-level overview of what work papers were provided. And there's really two different types of risk models that influence what kind of work papers we provided. So the first one I'll go through are Excel-based risk models. So these are for our risks such as employee and contractor safety, hydro, cyber, seismic. And so what we did is we provided a file, both a PDF and an Excel, that we called risk baseline and risk inputs. This includes our driver frequencies, the outcome percentages, mitigation effectiveness values, useful life assumptions, as well as the rationale that shows those specific values. These are the key inputs that are used to calculate the RSEs. The RSEs are then calculated in the Excel-based risk models, and so we provide our actual models, like Gary referenced earlier, for these risks. We provide one model for the proposed plan as well as one for each of the two alternative plans. In addition to these, we provided a user guide to hopefully help guide parties through how to manipulate or how to follow through an RSE calculation through that Excel file. Another input to those RSEs is our financials and the work units. And so we've also provided an Excel file as well as a PDF that includes our financial forecast, as well as any work units that are applicable to that mitigation. In addition, we provided additional supplemental work papers. This could be things such as if SME judgment was used, the qualification of those subject matter experts, as well as any other supplemental work papers that the risk teams felt were appropriate to include for parties. The next set of work papers are from our what we call machine learning risk models. So these would be our wildfire, our public safety, our PSPS, our CEE, and our UEF ramp risks. And so I think, as Gary kind of alluded to earlier, for some of these risks, Excel is just really not a feasible solution to handle the complexities and the level of granularity that we use to calculate the RSEs at the tranche level. And so we have provided an overview of the model used to calculate this, as well as a discussion on how we calculate the probability and consequences for those risks. We have also provided similar files that we did for the Excel-based models that include the driver frequencies, outcome percentages, mitigation effectiveness values, and useful life assumptions that are the inputs to these machine learning risk models. In addition, we provided the financials and work units, which are once again the inputs to these machine learning models. And so we've also, once again, any supplemental work papers would be included with those machine learning risk models. I believe I see at least one hand up from Jonathan.
Didn't have my hand up, sorry.
Oh, no problem. But I will pause there. I'm going to go a little bit more into, I would call it our larger RSE work paper on the next slide, but I'm happy to answer any questions before we move on to that slide.
Yeah, Dan, this is Tom Long from Turn. Your slide references a user guide. So I'm looking at your work papers for wildfire, chapter 4, wildfire and PSPS. There's a PDF file, and then there's a baseline and risk inputs Excel file and a wildfire and PSPS ramp financials Excel file. Would one of those have a user guide, or am I looking in the wrong place?
So as the slide indicates, the user guide was for the Excel-based risk models. And so for the machine learning models, we included just a general overview of the model used to calculate the RSEs. And once again, that would include how the probability of ignition and the consequences were calculated for like wildfire specifically. Okay.
Well, sorry. All right. I was going to get to that question in a second, but you read my mind. So for these descriptions of these machine learning models, of those 3 files I just mentioned, there's a PDF file and then there's 2 Excel files. Where would I find that description that you're referencing for wildfire?
I believe it would be a PDF. I don't know the exact title, but I can look that up over our lunch hour and put it in the chat. But I think it would be something called risk model description or something of that nature.
Okay, that would be great if you could, and if you're able to share the page numbers that what you think in there describes these machine learning models, that would be helpful.
Sure.
Thank you. So then, yeah, then let's see. So there's a user guide for the Excel-based risk models. So is that something that we should look for in individual chapters, or is there a general work paper?
Each individual Excel zip file, we have provided the user guide appropriate to that model. It's the same user guide for all of the Excel-based models, except the hydro risk has a slightly different Excel model just based on how it was modeled. It still uses the same MEVF, but each individual Excel zip file has a user guide for reference, so you don't have to look for it.
Okay. I'm not sure
So
I've
for
seen
instance,
that.
contractor safety would have a user guide in that file, employee safety would, and each one of the individual risks.
Okay, I'll look for that. I'm not sure I've seen it, but maybe I've just missed it. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. I think you can move to the next slide unless you have another question, Tom.
No, thanks.
Okay. So, SCE provided a file that we called Work Paper Chapter 2 RSE Summaries. It's a zip file because of the large size of it. This is compliant with the settlement agreement where we have to provide a ranking of all of our mitigations by RSE. Through conversations we've had with parties over the last week or so, we're aware that there's been challenges opening and manipulating this file due to its size. For instance, it's over 5 million rows, and really this is a result of providing granular information for these machine learning models, including circuit segment or structure level information for wildfire, circuit level for our PSPS, as well as structure or segment level for our CE and UEF failure or UEF risks. And so based on feedback that we have seen in other proceedings as well as our proceedings, we've seen that there's a need or a desire for parties to have as most granular information as possible. And so we've realized that this can create a little bit of a tension between transparency and accessibility. And SCE is committed to being able to provide both of these in our RAMP filing, but we understand there might be some inherent challenges in satisfying both. And this is really especially true for the wildfire risk, where we have a significant number of mitigations and the significantly granular information. And so, we are looking to help walk parties through this. So I know that we have provided this link to certain parties here below that at least walks you through how you can open this large file in Microsoft Excel so you can create pivot tables. However, we realize there are certain limitations to still being able to manipulate that data. So we are in the process of creating some of these smaller files for parties. However, the wildfire risk still may present a challenge, as it is a significant number of those rows. I believe it's over 4 million of the rows is the wildfire chapters. And so, based on initial conversations that we have had with Safety Policy Division, TURN, and Cal Advocates over the last week or so, SCE is discussing alternative methods for being able to provide this data that we feel like will be more user-friendly, more intuitive, and hopefully help parties being able to manipulate the data into the way that they see fit. And so we are working through that internally, and we'll hopefully be able to give an update to parties, as soon as we think we have some options that are readily available. So I'll pause there and see if there are any questions.
Excuse me, Dan, this is Tom again. So I was looking at your wildfire, your 2 wildfire Excel work papers, and I don't see, I was looking for a tab that says user guide or something, and I'm just not seeing that. So maybe we could add that to something you look at over a break and maybe get back to me about where I'd find this thing that you're calling a user guide.
So I think once again, for only the Excel-based risk models, which wildfire is not, we provided a user guide. So you will not find a user guide for wildfire, PSPS, CE, or UEF. What we did provide was an overview of the models themselves, which I can get you the name of that work paper over the break.
Okay, I think I get that now. Okay, thank you.
But I think as maybe part of this exercise of providing alternatives, we could look to provide, a summary of how to read or manipulate the larger file here, that RSE summaries.
Okay. And then there's also for wildfire, which is one of the models that Gary was saying, well, we can't easily change the interest rate for. There is a separate financial file, Excel file. So I'm just wondering why that Excel file couldn't be used to change the discount rate assumption, and use that to change discount rate assumption to recalculate RSEs.
So that file is simply an output of the machine learning. So it literally just would say for like a mitigation like wildfire covered conductor, it will show you the number of units, so circuit miles between the three presentation tranches, which are severe risk, high consequence, and other HFRA. It will also show the associated financial forecast. So, the dollars associated with those number of units. It is really just the output. It's not meant to be a calculation sheet.
Okay. Dan, if you're not the right person to ask, or maybe this is something you can talk about at a break, but the question that was asked by SPD earlier is one that, and I think it was Steve that asked it, is one that we're interested in too. And I'll just remind folks at SCE that there is row 30 of the settlement that says that, you're supposed to do a sensitivity analysis. So the comment was that it might be, you're not saying you're not going to be able to do a revised RSEs for all the risks, are you? Or
No, that is not what we meant. I think, just to highlight what Gary said, for the Excel-based models, it is literally instantaneous. You can go in, you can plug, if you want 5%, 1%, 10%, and it will immediately spit out the new RSEs. For the machine learning, because it is machine learning, it is not an instantaneous turnaround. And I think that's just what he was highlighting. And there's more complexity in the model. And so from a QA, QC perspective, it would take longer to run those machine learning models than it would for the Excel-based. But we were not saying that we would not be that we would not do that if asked.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Sure. I believe this is the last slide, or no, I'm sorry, there's one more on data requests. So I just want to make sure there's no questions on work paper before I finish this last slide before lunch. Okay.
Did you have a chance in the wildfire section to ask more about the details of the work paper, the wildfire work paper?
Sure, I think we can. The intent of the afternoon was more of a just general overview of our proposed plan and the integrated hardening strategy. I think to the extent that we are getting into the very details of the models and the RSE calculations, we might want to have that as a future workshop or an offline conversation or through discovery, just due to the technical nature of the models and the RSE calculations for that risk.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I do see one just question in the chat that I can maybe take right now before we move to the data request is, Excel row limit of, about 1.0 million. How do you handle a 5 million row spreadsheet? That link here, and if this link doesn't work in the PDF, we can provide it, in the email to the service list afterwards. You are able to import large data files like CSV files into Excel, and it will walk you through it. However, you need to be cognizant of not being able to bring in every single row because Excel will not allow that because of your limit of 1.08. But if you wanted to just look at, I think underground equipment failure has something around 50,000 or 25,000 rows, you would be able to bring that in. And if you work through the pivot table, you can select that as the risk. You could bring in each of the individual rows and you would have every single, RSC line at the circuit segment level or the circuit level, depending on what it is. Hopefully that answered your question, Jordan. All right, I think you can move to the next slide. So I'll just cover this very quickly. So, for the data request process, we ask that you please send all data requests to segrc@sce.com. We have created an external publishing site here. This is for all of our non-confidential ramp data requests. So all parties could view all data requests, responses, and attachments. If you would like to have access to that, please email that same email, segrc@sce.com. And once again, that's the same email if you would have any difficulty accessing any of the documents or just for general, IT issues that you may experience. That is all I have, unless there's any questions on this slide. All right, I think we're a little bit earlier than we had on the agenda. I don't know if we just want to take an hour and 15-minute break and start back up at 1, or what are your thoughts here, Steve?
Let me take a look at the schedule first. Give me a second.
Hey, Dan, this is Russell from Edison. I suggest that we do stick with the schedule if possible, because it may be possible that some parties were specifically planning on joining at 1, and if we start early, they may be disadvantaged. It's just a possibility, but obviously I defer to the CPUC on that one.
I think that's a good point, especially I know that, parties are
Yeah.
interested in the wildfire and PSPS analysis, so.
I agree. Okay. Let's stick to the schedule and have lunch right now and restart at 1 o'clock. Okay, Chris.
Okay. Just give me 1 second to fix something. Okay. Okay, Stephen, can I go ahead?
Yes, please resume.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch break. We're going to begin now where we go a little deeper into the wildfire section of our ramp. And I'll be turning over the microphone to my colleague, Raj Roy, who serves as SCE's Director for Wildfire Safety, Asset Strategy, and Planning. So Raj, please take it away at your convenience.
Thanks, Chris. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the next slide. So this first slide, just wants to highlight, I think as many of you guys are aware of, the wildfire risk, especially in the California and the West, has definitely been increasing due to climate change. And in California, we've had serious droughts, and it's really evidenced by that the largest fires in the last decade have all occurred here in the last 10 years. And 6 of the 7 largest fires that we've experienced in California have happened since just 2020. And we've noticed that, the fire seasons are just getting longer. Not only are we seeing wind-driven fires, we see dry fuel fires. And so just really highlighting the fact that the risk is real. It's not just a mathematical calculation. It's really evidenced by what we're seeing out there today, on a regular basis. So with that, if we can go to the next slide. To kind of highlight our service territory, to give you guys a little bit of background. So about 27% of our service area is in high fire risk area. And you can see from the map, as well as the list there's many counties that cross our service territory due to the size of our area. And the reason I highlight that is, you can imagine, as we are mitigating wildfire risk and plan to do so even over this ramp period, there's a lot of complexity with different, not only county rules, city rules, permitting, as well as federal and state. And so it's a lot of things to navigate when you're talking about grid hardening, veg management, as well as inspections and remediations, as well as, public safety power shutoffs. So it's very complex, but it is risks that we need to mitigate. And as you look at the actual overhead infrastructure in our service area, you could see there's about 300,000 power poles. There's about 1.3 million customers that are connected to HFRA circuits. There's actually approximately about like 750,000 that actually reside in HFRA. But the reason we consider all of the folks is because fires can, impact on the interface, but also when we do public safety power shutoffs, they can be impacted depending on how they're electrically connected to overhead wires within our high fire risk area. So if we jump to the next slide, actually, if we go back to the last slide, I had one more point that I wanted to highlight. So this high fire risk area is something we constantly evaluate, and we know with climate change and other, things that may occur, we may add or potentially remove areas from this, but that is something we continuously monitor and want to ensure that we're always evaluating. All right, we can jump to the next slide. So here on this slide, what I would like to do is kind of highlight majority of the proposed mitigations we have. Oh, I lost the. Oh, there we go. So what I want to do on this slide is highlight and walk through a series of all the wildfire mitigations, or majority of them, that we're proposing over this ramp period. And really, when you look from left to right, some of the foundational mitigation, starting with grid design and system hardening, is our staple cover conductor program. And you guys have seen this in our previous GRC, the one that we're actually in right now. Essentially, we evaluated all the drivers that impact our service territory historically, looking at the terrain, the cost, and balancing resource impacts, and determined it is a very good mitigation tool to drive risk reduction for wildfire in our service territory. We complement that with fire resistant poles. There's 2 types of poles that we use. There's fire wrap as well as fire composite. And the reason we did that, and this is related to continuous improvement, originally we started with all composite poles, but then we realized, for poles that don't have equipment like capacitors and switches at the top of the pole, we can just do a fire wrap at the base of the pole, provide that resiliency benefit. So not only are we trying to mitigate risk for ignitions, we're also trying to mitigate consequence. And when we wrap the base of the pole, if a fire occurs, regardless of cause, it also helps the customer save time for restoration. So they get a better reliability benefit, and also cost for restoration, because we can maybe restore and salvage a lot of those poles and be able to get people back online at a lower cost. So it has other benefits than just wildfire ignition reduction. It also has resiliency benefits. But we use the composite pole when we do have equipment at the top of the pole. That way there's fire resistance at the top of the pole in case sparks occur from any of our equipment, and it's preventing that ignition and pole fire that we often see. We also, which we'll talk in a lot of detail later today on slides coming up, we believe it's beneficial to complement targeted undergrounding for areas that have elevated risk that may not be completely captured in existing models. And we've updated our analysis for that. And so we want to complement our cover conductor program for areas that haven't been hardened yet and target undergrounding in specific cases. And then we have branch line fusing, which really helps mitigate the amount of customers that get impacted when we enable our fast curve settings, which is only during elevated fire conditions. That's really helping to make sure that we are able to, de-energize lines when a fault occurs quicker, when the fire risk threat is higher. In RARs, RCSs, the remote controlled switches settings, those are primarily used right now as a PSPS benefit to sectionalize and mitigate some of the PSPS impact, but they also help with wildfire risk. We may decide to isolate, be able to protect at the boundary of our high fire risk area to ensure that if we don't have an ability to sectionalize, maybe we can mitigate that risk by, moving the switch closer to the boundary. So that way we make sure we get all portions of the circuit de-energized that may be under high fire risk. Not going through every single one here, but just quickly on the last three, tree attachment remediations was an old legacy technology that I think many utilities had, and you can just tell using a tree as a structure, it does not seem like a safe thing to do. So we want to proactively remediate all of them. We want to continue our partnership with our local fire agencies. And, in the unfortunate event we do have an ignition, we want to be able to suppress that fire immediately to really minimize the consequence from fires in our service territory. And vibration dampeners, those are used to mitigate what we call alien vibration, really low wind speeds. It impacts conductor over a long period of time. So we want to make sure that areas that experience that, we go back and install these dampeners to make sure we're extending the life of these wires and prevent more potential wire down situations. Moving over.
Vibration, sorry.
Yep,
Can I jump in?
Yes, please.
Are those vibration dampers on the transmission or distribution circuits or both?
It's on the distribution system and can be on the transmission system, but for this specifically, we're focused on the distribution system.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And then moving over to asset management inspection. So in addition, as we're hardening our system to significantly reduce risk, in parallel, which really complements with our cover conductor program, we're doing high fire risk inspections on our riskiest structures, transmission and distribution, from a 360 view. So we'll look at it from the top, we'll look at it from the bottom. This was informed obviously by our historical ignition analysis. We realized when you inspect a structure from the bottom, you may not see things like a rotted crossarm at the top, even though it looks perfectly okay from the bottom. We've also realized drone images and HD from the top, you can capture a lot of things that may be potential failures in the future. And so we're going to continue that going forward to ensure that we're mitigating things more frequently than the regular compliance in our high fire risk area, because things happen in between years. An area of your system goes through Santa Ana winds or something fails prematurely. You want to be able to catch those and mitigate it proactively. The infrared inspections, those complement our visual inspections that I just mentioned, because infrared inspections can detect things that are not visual. Maybe there's a connector or something that's overheated or loaded, but can't be seen from the visual eye. So infrared really helps complement that to make sure we detect something that could potentially become an ignition risk that may not be visible to the naked eye. Moving over to veg management. So, veg management is a staple mitigation that we've had for a long time, but we've expanded it because of the increase in wildfire risk that we just talked about. Our hazard tree mitigation program and our dead and dying tree removal program are mitigating the same risk. They're trying to mitigate a heavy tree fallen into our lines. Anything that has strike potential to hit our lines, we want to evaluate. And for our hazard tree programs, we definitely use certified arborists because those are healthy trees, and dead trees are obviously dead trees that are more likely to fail, so we're going to remove them. But the healthy trees, we want to evaluate with a certified arborist to make sure that, hey, is it at risk of failing before we remove? So we don't remove every tree. It goes through a tree risk score, and then if it has the potential to fall into the line, we will prescribe, our vegetation management folks will prescribe it for mitigation, and we'll try our best to remove it, going through any environmental and permitting hurdles. And then we don't want to stay stagnant. So even though you see a lot of these staple mitigations and they provide us good significant risk reduction, we also want to evaluate alternative technologies that we think could potentially help complement our grid hardening system. And so we're evaluating the REFCL system. What that means is that's really good at after a fault occurs. We've seen currently that it can really minimize phase to ground faults. So it doesn't protect against phase to phase like a wire slap, but it does protect against phase to ground faults. So that is something we've been piloting, has had early success, and plan to deploy further in this next ramp period. And, if even more successful, could be something we do further in the long term. Open phase detection is also something where after a wire gets, not connected from its cross arm or falls to the ground, we want to be able to see if we can detect that drop and be able to de-energize that line before it hits the ground. So that's another thing that we want to deploy. Early fault detection. So this is slightly different. This is before a fault occurs. We want to see if we can measure, and we've already been deploying this, and we're seeing evidence that we can see signatures. Let's say there's some what we call bird caging wires that are unraveling. They start giving radio frequency signals, and we can detect it and say, you know what, something's happening on that line. Let's send a crew out where those early fault detection sensors are, and then fix something before it actually fails. High impedance relays, these are trying to detect high impedance faults. What a high impedance fault means, it's something that may have low current and may be hard to be detected by traditional protection devices. So we're trying to modify the protection relays to see if there's technologies we can use to help detect these faults over time. Last but not least, for our wildfire, there's a lot of foundational technologies and programs that are being deployed to help further execute more efficiently our work management of all this work, which will make us get better, capture a lot of this unstructured data like photos, LiDAR. We have a lot more of this information that we've been capturing as we've been launching our wildfire mitigation program. And so these tools will really help us ensure that we can use that data to help feedback and inform future deployment and hopefully become more efficient in deploying and optimizing our work schedules across all this work. So with that, I'll pause to see if there's any questions.
I do have a question. Steve Hain here.
Yep.
From SPD. On the infrared inspections, are those aerial inspections or mobile or foot patrol inspections?
So for inspections, for our high fire risk inspections,
specifically
infrared. Yeah. So infrared for distribution is from the ground. We have folks that do that, but for transmission, that happens from the air through helicopters.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Oh, I see a hand.
Hi, Joseph Mitchell, Mussey Grade Road Alliance. From a high level view, are there any notable differences between this plan that you're presenting here and the plan that was presented in the 2022 wildfire mitigation plans?
So I would say the notable difference, it would be the same analysis, which I'm going to get to in terms of the integrated grid hardening strategy. But in the 2022 plan, you'll see there's more covered conductor being deployed because of the years that it's covering. Here, you'll see a transition where over the 4 years, we're probably deploying about 1,250 miles of covered conductor, but on-ramping targeted undergrounding because of the lead time and the risk to prioritize it. So that's probably the primary difference you will see. And also the alternative technologies, we're piloting those right now and we're getting results. So we're ramping those up in a little more scale to make it more, I would say, a lot more regular part of our program over those 4 years to, hey, the pilot was good, it's successful. Let's increase a little bit more of the deployment and make sure we can test that out and how it complements with our existing grid hardening technologies.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, if I can get to the next slide. Sorry, was that someone asking a question?
Yeah, hi, this is Miles from Cal Advocates. I had my hand up. Sorry about that. I had a question.
Sorry, I can't see it. Apologize.
It's okay. I had a question specifically about your deployment of RevCol. I recall in the 2022 WMP, or at least I think it was in that document, it was stated that in some cases, combining RevCol with covered conductor could achieve risk reduction approaching that of undergrounding. I guess I'm just wondering if you could speak to when that's been the case, or under what circumstances that's been the case, or how often that is the case.
Sure. No, that's a great question. So we have deployed different technologies with RefCol. So there's the ground fault neutralizer, there's arc suppression coil, and then there's the one what we call isolation bank on the switch. So we've piloted all 3 technologies, and I think the one we're specifically referencing is the ground fault neutralizer, but the other ones have potential in different use cases. And so based on our SME judgment and testing on one ground fault neutralizer that we've deployed, keep in mind that's not enough, I would say, deployed to make a system-wide statement. But we do agree that if we combine RefCol with covered conductor, we are projecting that we can see an increased mitigation effectiveness. That being said, I want to kind of highlight some of the operational constraints with RefCol, right? So RefCol only works on 3-wire circuits. And so 4-wire circuits would have to be converted to 3-wire. In addition to that, if you have neighboring circuits, with a lot of us do in distribution when we're doing planned work, we have to roll load over. And so you have to potentially, deactivate the RefCol or reactivate depending on what how the other circuit is configured. So those are some of the operational hurdles we think we want to explore by deploying more of this, because the early mitigation looked good, but we need to learn more. We need to deploy more of these, and they take time to deploy at the substation. And so that's really what we're showing in this plan. And we're going to target areas that are high risk and paired with covered conductor to see that mitigation effectiveness pan out, but also balance out the other factors like the operational hurdles. How much does this impact just managing the grid, or is it working, and we need to keep pursuing that. That's essentially how we're evaluating RefCol. Did that help answer your question?
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Raj,
Yeah.
you have many mitigation strategies here. How do you determine the contribution component of each strategy on a total risk reduction? How do you do that?
Yeah, great question. I'll give my initial response, but also defer to our enterprise risk management folks who are closer to the risk reduction. But here you're looking at all the different drivers, right? Essentially, that we are evaluating since 2019, we evaluate every ignition and do a full investigation. What's causing our, the ignitions on our system? Sometimes ignitions occur and you may say, hey, we've never had let's say a C-hook ignition, but we've also learned that, from other benchmarking for other IOUs that, hey, maybe that's a prudent thing to do, or something we're learning. So it could either come from our history, or potentially other ignitions that we can see that, hey, we may have that same situation on our system and we need to mitigate it because we've seen it can become a catastrophic failure. And so really you start by saying, what are all the drivers we're trying to mitigate? What's the frequency of those drivers historically? Obviously, it may not always be the best predictor of the future, but what we do is we're using machine learning models to predict our probability of ignition. And I can get into that a little bit later on the next slide. But essentially, once we know what the drivers are that we're mitigating, we have to figure out what's the right portfolio suite of mitigations to mitigate each of those drivers. So, for example, if we have wire-to-wire slap, you could mitigate it, right, with, spacers. You could mitigate it with cover conductor. You can mitigate it with undergrounding. They obviously all have different costs. They also have different, benefits. And so one can mitigate multiple drivers, one can mitigate just one. And so the question is, what's the right portfolio of mitigations that complement each other, and make sure as we're mitigating these, that when you look at all of the mitigations together, we're getting significant risk reduction at an effective cost, and we can do it as fast as possible, right? So for example, if I wanted to underground all my lines because I had the most mitigation, it may take me a long time or be infeasible. And right now, based on what you saw on my slide, the first slide, I don't think it's fair to keep that much risk on the table for our customers, for that long. So we have to balance, speed of execution, balance cost, but also balance which drivers are we trying to mitigate, and then come up with the set of mitigations that we think are reasonable, but also not be stagnant. And that's why you have the alternative technologies, right? To really make sure that if there is something better out there or something that's very complementary, that we're exploring it. That's essentially at a high level, kind of how you look at it. And then you can look at all the contributions of the mitigation effectivenesses across these to say, hey, it's getting the job done, and make sure we continually monitor to make sure that it is working, right? If something's not working, we want to also, shift. And the other last component I'll add is there's also the resources, right? So you have to look at the resource impact. What can we actually physically do to help inform that speed of execution?
Does your current strategy involve accounting for synergistic effects of the mitigations?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Synergistic effects. So one mitigation may have interacting benefits towards multiple risk drivers.
Mm-hmm. So let me make sure I understand. So let's say vegetation line clearing can protect against grow-in, so can covered conductor. So are you asking how do we account for that, or?
That, yeah.
Yeah, so, well, in that example, so obviously, right now, we're still hardening our system. And so we want to make sure as we harden our system, we still have to meet our regulatory requirements. So we would still be trimming our lines, and we would probably still continue expanded clearing, because it's a recommended, even though it's not a requirement, in those areas, because until we've deployed cover conductor and we want to ensure that trees don't also grow into our equipment that are also on the lines, it may be prudent. So what you would do is you would want to make sure that as you're evaluating it in a certain area, once you've deployed both mitigations, you don't want to, over time, give it the benefit of both, right? One would have cover conductor would have probably a stronger mitigation because it's there 24/7, and the tree would need to be trimmed annually, and you'd have to revisit the strategy over time once you see that, hey, look, cover conductor is mitigating a lot of the tree fault conditions that are going down.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. I don't know if there's any other hands. I don't have the list open. I apologize. If we could go to the next slide. So on this slide, just want to quickly highlight the evolution that SE has been on from its risk modeling standpoint. And so starting back in 2018, in our first grid safety resiliency plan that we published, we essentially started at a portfolio level. And what you'll see here over time, you're essentially going from system-wide with very minimal tools, maybe say Excel files, over to much more complex fire propagation algorithms, machine learning models, as well as granularity. And so if I just quickly walk from the left, the first two columns, the multi-attribute risk score framework, obviously you guys are all familiar with that, which is used in this ramp as well, with some tweaks that happen through the regulatory process over time. However, in the beginning, it was a portfolio level look at all the drivers across our high fire risk area. And it wasn't looking at specific locations and realizing how do we target the right locations in our high fire risk area, because everything in there is inherently risky. So over time, we first started with REACTS, which some of you may be familiar with. They're the same firm that developed the CPUC's fire threat maps in 2018. And so we used that to get more granular and essentially allowed us to identify along our infrastructure where is their structure, where is their higher risk within an already inherently risky area. In addition to that, we wanted to find out what's the probability of our infrastructure causing an ignition. So this was a huge development where we started with a few machine learning models. Think of like a conductor model and a transformer model, a capacitor model. So I'll use transformer model as an example. So what we look at is we look at historical faults, all of the transformer faults that have occurred, let's say in the last 5 years. And when we look at that, we say, what's the attributes that are correlated with those faults? So for example, maybe 90% of those faults were transformers that were at least 30 years of age. So then we can realize that, hey, age is a big contributor or a predictor of something that has a higher probability of failure. Or maybe it's the average loading of the line. What was the average loading of that transformer, during the time of the fault? So looking at multiple variables, the manufacturer, other things, and you can imagine you can do that same thing for different components. You can determine what are the driving factors to help predict which parts of our equipment that meet those same attributes have a higher probability of failure. And then you calibrate that with how many of those faults actually turn into ignitions, right? So if we have more veg management faults that turn into ignitions, it would get a higher fault to ignition ratio. So that's essentially how our probability of ignition model works, which was a huge advancement versus looking at just historical faults along a circuit and saying, hey, something with more faults is maybe more likely to fail in the future. So essentially, this was a very big advancement, and we continue to add more and more models. And in our 21 WMP update, we've also went from distribution to adding transmission models. So now we can model the probability of ignition on transmission, where before that we used the voltage class of the transmission system, and we've now are able to even model PSPS impact as a risk, which my colleague Kyle will go into later today. But most importantly, in that same transition, we went from REACTS to TechnoSilva. So TechnoSilva is dynamic in terms of it's updated more frequently and has a more complex algorithm to model at any point in our service territory, along our lines especially, what could be the impact in terms of consequence. REACTS was something that was static, done in a point of time, whereas with TechnoSilva, it's more granular, state-of-the-art, used by CPUC, CAL FIRE, and all the other utilities currently for wildfire mitigation consequence modeling. And with that, combined with our probability of ignition, we're now able to model what you're seeing here in our ramp filing. The last, maybe more complex thing I will talk about is in our last 22 WMP filing, what we did was we updated our grid hardening strategy, and we're going to spend a few slides on that. But what was really good about that was it was really looking at adding more variables that we were able to evaluate, like egress, things that are not captured in our risk spend efficiency today, or areas that are experiencing PSPS above areas where if they had covered conductor would still be de-energized, or areas with just extreme high consequence. So we're going to get into that a little bit later, but we've also fine-tuned, added more worst weather days, and continuously evolving that to make sure we're getting a better distribution of our fire risk across our service territory. All right, if there's no questions, I'll move on to the next slide. All right, I will go through this slide quickly. This is the bow tie that you've seen for all the risks that SCE has in the ramp filing. And here you're kind of seeing kind of what I highlighted on the last slide. There's drivers that we see historically that cause ignitions from our infrastructure. So you can see on the left, contact from object and equipment failure are two of the largest drivers. And really these evaluations are based on 2025, right? So it counts for all the mitigations we're already deploying up until the ramp year. And then there's outcomes on the right, which is depending on the modeling of all of our circuit segments, where would they fall? And you can see the description at the bottom is dependent on the number of acres that were burned or structures impacted in Technosilva, as well as, impact to, safety and human life. And it also, accounts for cost, financial, in terms of fire suppression, buildings and things like that in terms of the financial component. And then the reliability component is using the same 8 hours, which is what Technosilva models in terms of the CMI impact. And so accounting for all of those at our circuit segment level is being modeled in our outcomes. So maybe we can move to the next slide. So as I mentioned, our baseline risk is 2025, so it's already accounting for the planned work through this year, through the end of 2024. We've modeled RSEs for all of the mitigations that I talked about earlier, and it's done at the circuit segment level, which is a very granular level, and it's subsegment to really analyze, because we have circuits that are long miles, and I think it's very, it's of a good maturity and progress that we're able to analyze at such granular level, because it really allows us to understand where the true risk is and to make sure we prioritize our work in the highest risk areas first, because there's a lot that we need to harden, there's a lot that we need to mitigate, but it really allows us to make sure that we're doing it in the right order. And so the different tranches, which we're going to talk about, were informed by our integrated grid hardening strategy. There's 3 levels, and I think we have a slide on it, so I won't spend too much time here on that. And then at the end, foundational activity costs. So those are the systems and tools that don't directly reduce wildfire risk. Those costs, though, because they're supporting, let's say, PSPS or veg management, those costs get allocated to the risk bend efficiency in those, so that we're making sure we're accounting for the impact it does have in terms from a cost component to help that mitigation get better. If we go to the next slide. So here is the 3 tranches, and this is really informed by the integrated grid hardening strategy. So I'm going to focus on the top table there. So starting with severe risk areas. So what we did to determine severe risk areas is on the next slide, but essentially it's accounting for egress constrained locations, anything with extreme high wind areas, essentially areas that we think even if we hardened overhead, the winds are so great that we would still de-energize, so people would experience PSPS, that we think it's a severe risk. And consequence, anything above 10,000 acres has extreme consequence in 8 hours. As I mentioned earlier, it can relate to a lot of structures damaged. And so we want to make sure that those areas are considered severe risk. And so that's about 2,300 miles of our high fire risk overhead distribution. And then high consequence segments, here what we're looking at is anything over 300 acres burned in 8 hours. And what we've determined is, many of these segments, a quarter of them can get to a 10,000 acre fire or greater, which can lead to a lot of structures damaged. Or these are segments that were identified after each PSPS season that, hey, they are getting impacted by PSPS. And because some of these segments, a lot of them overlap with high risk segments, but sometimes you have to harden all the way to the isolatable segment. And so there may be portions that may not be from a wildfire risk, high consequence, but because that's where the switch is to isolate that segment or turn it off, you have to harden other segments. And that's why there's also an operational buffer when you're installing. So in addition to the PSPS operational buffer that you may have, you also have, when you're installing covered conductor, you have to go to the next structure that has what we call a dead end construction. And so you may have to go a few more segments in order to cover a high risk span. in order to reconfigure the circuit and reconfigure it to a dead end would be way more costlier and not effective in terms of the speed of deployment that I talked about as a key factor. That's why some of the other HFRA segments that are not flagged may get hardened because of those buffer situations. But I think we're going to go into a little bit more detail of how we determine these severe risk areas on the next slide.
Can I ask a question before you move on, Raj?
Sure.
Hey, this is Tom Long with Turn. A couple of slides ago, you made a comment that I didn't quite understand, and now I want to ask about it in relation to this slide. I thought I heard you say that by virtue of using the Technosilva modeling, you've added more variables such as egress that are not captured in the RSEs. But here I see, and that struck me as odd because I think the point of the tranches is to capture those kinds of different consequence risk profiles that might be posed by difficult egress situations. And here it seems like you are taking it into account in the tranches. So your RSEs do account for the different consequences associated with egress constrained locations. Is that right?
No, so the RSC itself doesn't include a egress component. And so that's a factor that's we're modeling outside of that. But I could pass it to my enterprise risk management folks who can help with that. But this egress the analysis was done outside of the MAVF framework. I'm not the expert on the formulas of what was determined in that regulatory proceeding. So maybe I don't know if Chris or Dan are on the call.
Let me just restate my question because there's
Sure.
something counterintuitive about what you just said there, and maybe somebody else could speak to this. If egress, if circuit or circuit segments are located in an area areas that are egress constrained, then that would affect the consequences of an ignition. And that's exactly what the MAVF and RSEs are supposed to capture. So am I wrong about that? I'm not agreeing with you that that's the way this is supposed to work.
Yeah, so I'm not saying it can't be incorporated in the future. My understanding of MAVF, which I'm not the expert on, and so hopefully my colleagues will jump in here, is the safety component is looking at injuries and deaths. So maybe that's a component of egress, but what it's not capturing is where there are egress locations in terms of road miles, in addition to population. So that's something maybe I'll pass.
Raj, I think we're going pretty far beyond the scope of your slides, and Brian Landry from ERM can talk in detail about this. So Brian, you want to join? Brian is Senior Advisor in Enterprise Risk Management.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Brian.
So egress is a population egress. It's the ability of a population to evacuate. So it's not necessarily directly correlative to the safety factors, which would be serious injuries and or fatalities. What it means is the ability of a population to leave an area in advance of or to not be trapped by a fire shed.
Okay, so Brian, this is Tom again. So is that one of the factors that the Technosilva model or otherwise SCE is taking into account in determining the consequences of an ignition based on the granular tranches that you say you've created?
Yes, so that's a good question. So I think we have a better graphic later on, but what it is this is sort of an additive.
So I think, Brian, you're getting cut off. I don't know if it's just me.
That we've on top of the technology. Can you guys hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so Tom, so the egress model is something that's created outside of the Technosilva consequence model. So this is something that's not fully captured within the fire simulations themselves. And we can go into more detail about what is comprised in that model.
Yeah, Tom, maybe we can go to the let's go to the slide on severe risk area. I think it's the next slide. Yeah, so maybe Tom, if I can walk through this and then see if that helps answer your question or you have follow-up questions after that. So essentially, to determine these egress constrained locations, these are actually actual images of the analysis. So if you look here on the top left, what we looked at, and we have very granular, what we call plexels. I don't want to go down a bunny trail there, but essentially looking at all parts of our service territory where we're looking at road availability. What are the miles of roads and the type of roads that are available in all parts of our service territory, and the number of population within that service territory. So it does use some inputs from different available GIS layers. And then we look at that, and you see the darker the green, the more egress constrained location you have. But as you can imagine, in Southern California, we have a lot of traffic. And so we have egress issues, but they're not all fire risk areas. And so what you combine that with is the bottom left, where you see where there's high frequency of fires that occur, looking back many years, of which areas are prone to high fire risk. So when you overlay the two and cross the two data sets, you get the middle picture with the little purple areas that have egress constrained locations that are also prone to high fire risk. And so with that, what we also did was, these are the locations that have egress. But what we also know is infrastructure outside or near those locations, which what we call a burn-in buffer, can have a fire that leads to that community and could trap that community, and they may not be able to evacuate in time. And in order to evaluate that situation, we modeled the time it would take for that population to safely evacuate 5 miles away from their egress community. And then for all the structures that are about 25 miles around that purple, the yellow you're seeing there on the top right, can that fire get to that community before everyone can evacuate? And so since we modeled that, only the ones where the fire would reach the community before the total population could evacuate were the ones we added in addition to the ones that are already egress communities. And then even within the egress community, we evaluated the Techno-Silva score, right? So even in, let's say, an area like Lake Arrowhead, there could be a urbanized portion of that area, and that those parts of those infrastructures may not be risky for fire risk. So we also looked at that at the granular segment level and removed those portions as well to determine how many severe risk area miles we have that are within the egress communities, plus areas around it that could have an ignition, that could burn into the community and potentially get there before they're able to safely evacuate. And the two other layers we added was also areas that we think are high consequence. You can see at the bottom, 10,000 acres, or areas where if we harden with cover conductor, but we know they will experience PSPS due to extremely high wind speeds, even with the elevated PSPS de-energization threshold we give with cover conductor, we want to make sure we are evaluating those also as severe risk areas. And so really, all these areas are primarily being targeted for undergrounding if they have not already been hardened. So hopefully that gave you a little more detail, Tom, in terms of how we evaluated. I know your specific question is about how can we eventually incorporate this also into the risk spend efficiency.
Well, it's actually whether it is already incorporated.
It is not. So I would say the risk spend efficiencies are probably more conservative because these factors are not accounted for.
Tom, this is Chris Vias. In addition to the responses that Raj gave, we're happy to provide some additional information, including this is addressed directly and extensively in our GRC and in our WMP. So we can provide follow-up that would include but not be limited to that.
Yeah, Chris, this is Russell from Edison. I just want to clarify that what Chris means by the GRC is track 4 of our 2021 GRC, which is a follow-up to the 2022 WMP, which is a prelude to this ramp. But in our recent wildfire mitigation related filings, we have detailed this new integrated grid hardening strategy.
Right. So if we could go back to, I think the slide before this one, it's really, my questions are prompted by the text in the risk criteria column next to severe risk areas. It says the severe risk areas are the ones that are fire risk egress constrained locations.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that those are fire risk egress constrained locations, that's used somehow for grouping circuit segments into a tranche, but it doesn't mean that those it doesn't mean that those locations necessarily have higher consequence scores.
Yeah, so typically, most of them, a lot of them. So remember, there's three criteria. Extreme consequence means it has at least 10,000 acres, right, in 8 hours burn. So a lot of them will have that. Some of them will have the PSPS threshold, and some will be egress. There's a significant overlap between those three as well. So you can imagine a lot of egress, high fire risk, historical fire risk locations do have high consequence, right, because they're of their location. So you are correct in the sense that maybe there are some areas, but I think majority of them are fairly high consequence and would be hardened either way. But they have the additional layer of those three criteria. They'll meet at least one of those three criterias.
Okay, well, we'll try to understand this a little bit better. Let me just ask a related question,
Yeah.
because you said that this seems to be a key to your undergrounding strategy. If Edison chooses to underground its electric facilities, does that mean necessarily that the other entities that are sharing the poles are going to agree to move their facilities underground?
That's a great question. So if telecom or other people renting the poles want to underground their lines, we would be open to that at their cost. They would share that. But if they're not willing to, I think that is something that we will have to move forward with undergrounding our infrastructure, which has the fire risk, but below ground, and those infrastructures would stay up.
But the pole is still there, and that's part of what you're concerned about, right?
The pole is still there, but if our high voltage lines are undergrounded, then that would prevent the ignition risk from being there.
What about the egress risk?
Raj, I think it's useful here to describe what you mean by egress risk, because Tom is asking a very good question.
Right.
There's an intuitive way to think about egress, which was the pole falling across the road, but that is not the kind of egress risk that you're describing, right, Raj?
Right. The egress risk we're talking about is when you think of a fire that's approaching very quickly, and we've seen this in other states even recently, approaching a community, it's the time it takes them to get out, which I totally understand that if a pole falls over, it could block the road. And just to be clear, our plan is to reach out to all the partners and underground everything, because that would mitigate other public safety risks. But the primary goal here is to mitigate the ignition risk from our equipment and making sure that they don't have to deal with the fire and not have enough time to evacuate. Does that make sense, Tom? It's not the side benefit would be if everything can get undergrounded, including the pole, in the event a fire occurs for another reason. We're hoping that no fires occur, but that it would also help reduce the pole, and that pole would end up being a telecom pole and transferred over if that was what was left over.
Yeah, we'll think about this some more. And obviously we can't get to the bottom of all these issues now, but thank you for your answers.
Yeah, appreciate the question. Thanks, Tom.
Joseph Mitchell, Mussy Grade. Just a quick follow-up on this. It was my understanding that TechnoSilva is developing an egress module. Are you looking at that? Have you evaluated it? Is it ready? And would you consider, because that would directly incorporate it into consequence, are you considering that as well?
Yeah, I think the short answer is yes, but I'm going to pass that to our enterprise risk folks who actually deal with them. I don't know if Brian or Chris, you want to take, and I think we've also shared this analysis with them, which may help inform some of what they're doing.
Brian, you want to go ahead?
Guys, so can you hear me again? I'm having
Yes,
issues.
we can hear you, Brian.
Okay, so that's a great question, Dr. Mitchell. So we have actually worked with TechnoSilva to develop this process. So we have.
I think we lost you again, Brian.
A lot of the work that TechnoSilva is actually building upon the work that we helped co-develop with TechnoSilva. So we're fully aware of what they're doing, and they're fully aware of what we're doing. And I don't think it's still nonetheless would not be integrated into consequence.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. And one other thing on the poll question, Tom, I think when we also remove our lines, I think we chop off the pole. So in a way, there'd be some risk reduction that the pole would get shorter because there wouldn't be the high voltage lines up top. We top it off, but just adding that as additional color. If there's no other question, or Joseph, was it you that just asked the question? Like,
Yes, I'm finished. Thanks.
okay, thanks. And then if we shift to the next slide. So on this slide, I think this is, I think Tom alluded to this in terms of, so now what mitigations are we going to apply to each of the mitigation areas? So first, if it's a severe risk area, we'll look at, have we already hardened it with our existing mitigations? If so, then we'll add incremental mitigations and make sure it's highlighted because it is a severe risk area, and make sure as we do other mitigations, it's always top of mind, whether that's our annual inspections, area of concern inspections, as we're deploying REFCL, other things that we'll make sure that we're evaluating that. If it's not already hardened, we want to evaluate for undergrounding feasibility, and feasibility, can come in many fashions, because you could probably underground it, but if you have to reroute it around an entire mountain, it's probably too expensive or does not make sense from that standpoint. But if it is feasible, we would like to underground it. And if not, we want to install covered conductor and make it the same situation with our existing covered conductor and do other mitigations that complement it to really minimize as much of the risk as we can. But if it's not a severe risk area, but it's still high consequence, which is the yellow boxes, we check if it's already hardened, then we'll just make sure that we're doing all of our other mitigations to complement it, to help reduce the mitigation, which is our veg management, inspections, other items. And then if it's not already hardened, make sure we install the covered conductor as well as additional mitigations. The last tranche, if it's not already captured by operational buffers that I talked about earlier, those will get naturally hardened over time. Just because they don't meet the criteria of high consequence or severe risk area, it's still in our high fire risk area. So there is fire risk there, but we don't think we need to proactively replace those miles. What we'd like to do is have our standard has already been updated in high fire risk area, that anytime we replace wire, it'll be covered conductor. Anytime we replace a pole, it'll be fire resistant. So what we'll do is over time, as things naturally degrade or there's other reasons to upgrade those miles, they will naturally become fire hardened over time. So that's really the philosophy of how we're mitigating each of those tranches in terms of the risk. And I think with that, it's my last slide. So I'll take any other questions before I pass it off to my colleague. I think I passed it off to Kyle.
I do have a question, Raj.
Yeah.
Can we go back to the previous slide, please? Oh, actually, no, never mind. I'll just refer to a generic question, point. So if you do undergrounding, you eliminate a substantial portion of the overhead wildfire origin. But the undergrounded asset can also pose a fire hazard of its own. If someone digs into the line, that can create a fire hazard of its own. Does SCE account for that extra offsetting risk that results from from the undergrounding asset?
Stephen, I think Raj was having a little bit of audio problems. Could you give us just 1 minute, please?
Sure.
Raj is back. So.
Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, now. Did you get my question?
I didn't get your question. I don't know what happened.
Okay, let me repeat my question. So
Yeah.
the undergrounding strategy eliminates the wildfire hazard from the overhead assets,
Mhm.
right? But a great deal of that risk is now transferred to the undergrounded asset. Does your risk calculation strategy take into account the fact that your previously overhead assets is now undergrounded assets, and if someone digs into the underground asset, it can create a wildfire hazard of its own? Does your model take into account that aspect of the undergrounding?
Yeah, so what you'll see is our undergrounding is not 100% effective, right? So there's other drivers, like you said, dig-ins, other things that can happen. But from what we've seen, right, we evaluate every ignition. So we don't evaluate just in high fire risk area. We look at non-fire risk, high fire risk area. The frequency of those ignitions have been very, very low, and typically when they occur, because they're in vaults, right? It also depends on your underground design construction. Our current standard is using what we call duct bank construction. There's encasings and things under there that really helps it get contained. I know there's a lot of legacy undergrounding that may not have that similar construction, so there may be slightly more risk, but everything we're doing here for our target undergrounding will be using that duct bank construction, where it encloses a lot of what you call, so duct bank, think of duct bank as the pole, the structure, where you'd have the switch, you'd have the capacitor that's underground, would be essentially in like a concrete encasement, which really helps mitigate a lot of the fire risk that you're seeing. Will there be completely zero ignitions? Probably not, but it would be very rare. It would be very minimal. It would reduce the number of ignitions drastically.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, this is Wendy Omigdad. I'm having a hard time understanding how there would be that much segments to underground when I believe you should have targeted the highest risk segments in the previous GRC cycle. So it seems, you already installed covered conductor for the highest risk segments in the previous GRC cycle. So I'm still having a hard time understanding how come there would be very much to underground.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So if you think about if you go back, I don't know if someone can go back a couple or a slide or so. Majority, you see there's 2,275 circuit miles that meet that severe risk area. In this ramp period, we're only proposing to do about 600 of those overhead miles because we've hardened a lot of those miles already. So that's one. Two, you may ask, well, why not those 600 miles? So when we first started, like I talked about the risk evolution, you can imagine our first risk analysis was done at the circuit level. It was not as sophisticated as with TechnoSilva, as with probability of ignition machine learning models at the circuit segment level. So even if a long circuit, which can be 20, 30 miles, may rank high, when you go down to the circuit segment level, there'll be a lot of switching of which segments are much riskier because of where they're located versus a full circuit. And as you know, with undercover conductor underground, there's an 18 to 24 month lead time. So a lot of stuff you're seeing we're executing now was determined by risk models over 2 years ago. So there's that lag also. So it's a compounding effect. So that why you may say, hey, now that we have these new tools and we've determined, plus we never had the egress calculation, which gives a different element in terms of the risk that's there. It's identifying these miles. But as you can see, majority of them overlapped because what we're proposing here over those 4 years of the ramp is 600 miles out of almost 2,300 miles that were identified as severe risk. So there was still a good overlap between the two, which is the good news, but there are some miles that do raise to the top because of these other factors. Hopefully that helps answer your question.
Raj, this is Tom. Can you help me understand how Edison distinguishes circuits from circuit segments? What makes something a circuit segment?
Yeah, great question. And I think each IOU may use the term circuit segment and it mean different things. So there's the circuit, right, which can be very long. And then you can have an isolatable segment, which means, and then on average, I think we have 4 isolatable segments per circuit, which is essentially when you have a device that can isolate that portion. And then when we say circuit segments, it's smaller than that. It's essentially a pole with equipment on it to the next pole that has equipment on it. So it could be, 0.1 miles, it could be 0.5 miles, maybe it could be a long span where it's just wires all the way till you get to the next piece of equipment. So it's a definition in our systems where it's a pull with equipment to the next pull with equipment.
And so to follow up, just to talk about two of your primary mitigations, you could, for circuit segments as you define them between poles, you could have in one segment on the same circuit, you could underground, and then another segment you could covered conductor, and then, to switch back and forth.
Yeah, so that you could technically do that, but essentially that goes back to the operational buffer and realities. And essentially, you can imagine, especially if you're looking at egress, if there's a segment right next to each other, they probably both have the same egress risk. So in that situation, we're not going to see that fairly often, but you could see that from a technical analysis. But when we actually, just like installing covered conductor, you have to go from a dead end construction to the next dead end. You would have to do the same thing with undergrounding, looking at where's the appropriate place operationally to stop stringing the covered conductor underground. And with underground, you have to also think about not just that, but also where are you, routing the wire and what's appropriate place to bring it back up, depending on what's underneath in the ground as well. So there's obviously those operational factors, but essentially, when you're looking at egress or consequence, a lot of times when you're segments right next to each other typically have the same consequence most of the time. But to your point, if you get to a mile, there may be a few miles out that maybe has a different risk profile, and we say, we can rise up and we'll go cover conductor on that pole. So that can definitely happen.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? I think I was through the presentations. Apologies, I don't know what happened when I got disconnected. All right, if there's no other questions, I'll pass it to, I don't know if I pass it to you, Chris. I'll pass it to Chris.
Thank you, Raj. Our next section will address PSPS, and we have Kyle Faree to present. He's our senior advisor in PSPS readiness. So take it away when you're ready, Kyle.
Thanks, Chris. Maybe I'll just do a quick mic check. Can you see and hear me?
Can hear you. Now I can see you. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, Raj was a tough act to follow. I think I'm going to direct all the tough questions to him. Thanks, everyone. We can go to the next slide. So our public safety power shutoffs were modeled as a risk for the first time in this ramp showing, quantifying the safety, reliability, and financial impacts. We do recognize the impact that these protocols have on our customers, and we are continually attempting to reduce the need to use them, as well as providing programs and services to ease those impacts that occur from de-energization. Our protocols, which are relevant in the proposed and alternative plans in this filing, are to use PSPS at levels where significant wildfire risk is present. So currently that's 12 or 13 value on our fire potential index, depending on the SCE fire climate zone that circuit would be in, and wind speed thresholds driven by circuit-specific 99th percentile wind speeds and National Weather Service wind levels. Next slide, please. SCE's proposed plan really represents a continuation of existing operations and protocols paired with our suite of customer programs and services, including PSPS notifications. Obviously, we don't plan to stay stagnant on all fronts of our protocols. We will continue to evaluate our methodologies and raise PSPS thresholds where appropriate from a risk perspective, but without knowing exactly how things may change by 2025, we've done our modeling based on current protocols. We do feel our current approach is an appropriate balancing of PSPS risk and effective use of PSPS as a wildfire mitigation. And the plan is still expected to yield a concerted reduction in SCE's need to resort to PSPS protocols, due primarily to the continued targeted grid hardening work that Raj just covered. And I'll discuss what that exposure level potentially looks like in a couple of slides during this ramp period. Despite the forecasts of an overall lessening of PSPS activity, SCE still does forecast a need for de-energizations in this ramp period, and our customer care programs will continue in their intention to mitigate customer impacts. These programs, of course, have a special focus on access functional needs and medical baseline customers, and the mitigations are broken out by type at the bottom of the slide. A lot less than Raj to go through, so maybe a little bit quicker. Our grid operations and protocols cover our customer-facing programs. Community resource centers and community crew vehicles are activated during an event in the area of de-energization, and SCE, not customers, but employees go out to our customers and provide goods like snacks, water, blankets, and services like device charging, place out of the elements, as well as information. Our critical care backup battery plan provides free of cost batteries to medical baseline customers that have equipment with life-sustaining needs that can't persist through an outage. Community resiliency covers things like battery and generator rebates, should customers choose to purchase those to boost their own resiliency. And 2-on-1 partnerships really gets at all of our community-based organization partnerships in attempting to broaden the reach of these programs. Situational awareness is really covering the programs that allow our incident management teams to predict, monitor, and execute PSPS events. Things like weather forecasting, fire propagation and spread, weather stations to monitor local conditions, those sorts of things. Foundational activities, that bucket covers a broad swath of things that really provide the feedback loop with our customers. Time to meet with SCE, to meet with communities, educate them on our policies and procedures, give an overview of wildfire mitigation activities in their neck of the woods, make them aware of those rebates and programs that we mentioned that they can take part in. These are all controls and mitigations on the consequence side of things for PSPS. Drivers of PSPS are really outside of our control for the most part. When weather dictates conditions that are too dangerous from a wildfire perspective, we'll have to use PSPS as a mitigation of last resort. Can I have the next slide, please? And I'll offer the same sort of protocol if folks have questions to jump right in. So this slide, I'll endeavor to cover our PSPS risk bow tie from left to right. And the quantified events and outcomes that you'll see in there are averages of our 2020 and 2021 seasons. So the exposure for this bow tie is all HFRA circuits, plus those that are fed by HFRA circuits, because they can experience de-energization if their upstream source is lost. That's pretty darn rare these days. That circuits outside of HFRA would be impacted, as it's an operational emphasis to utilize sectionalization and circuit switching plans to avoid that. It's very rare, but it is still a possibility. Again, events are driven by forecast conditions, both FPI and wind speeds, which are expected to exceed our circuit-specific thresholds. This leads to our triggering event, which I'll point out is an activation of a PSPS event, regardless of the number of circuits in scope or the actual de-energizations that occur. So that 13 there is the average number of times over the past 2 years that we have activated an incident management team to monitor and respond to event. And that's an important distinction, as you'll see, because the vast majority of our outcomes are in fact customers that were notified of a potential event, but are ultimately able to avoid de-energization due to mitigations like sectionalizing or due to on-the-ground conditions that SCE is monitoring and those staying below the threatening levels that were forecast. The other outcomes, O2, as it's labeled there, are customers that are notified of a PSPS event and de-energized, while O3 is customers that were similarly de-energized but did not receive notification in advance of that event. Any questions here before I move on to the next slide?
Yes, Kyle, this is Tom Long. I'm trying to understand this risk definition. So PSPS activation doesn't mean that actual service is de-energized?
That's right. So SCE will activate our incident management team about 5 days in advance of forecast conditions that are going to exceed the pairing of FPI and wind speed thresholds. Could be for one circuit, could be for 100. We'll stand up that team, begin our notifications, And then during the forecast period of concern, before and after, we're monitoring those conditions to determine whether or not we need to de-energize based on the real-time scenario. So there were times last year, I believe we activated 10 incident management team events, and only 8 of those 10 included at least one circuit de-energization.
Okay, so what would be the frequency number if you took out the ones where there no de-energization happened?
I don't have, I have the 2021, the 10 with only 8 de-energizations. I don't off the top of my head have 2020. That average would probably look somewhere in the range of about 10, but I will emphasize again that that's 10 events and does not speak to the number of circuits impacted, although we do have our exposure, our lore, for the purposes of RSEs. We do have that calculated and presented in a slide or two further in the deck.
Well, looking at the outcomes, the red part of this slide looks like about 10% of the outcomes of these triggering events are ones where actual de-energization happens. So couldn't we just take 10% of 13 and say that 1.3 is the frequency of PSPS events where there was an actual de-energization of power?
We can't do that because the outcomes are broken down at the customer level. So because we just talked about circuits, isolatable circuit segments, those sorts of things with Raj, because we will activate and notify a circuit for simplicity's sake, 100 people on that circuit will notify them your circuit is in scope, and then whenever possible, we'll do our best to just de-energize small portions of that event. So if we just de-energize the segment at the end of the line that only impacts 10 customers, 90% of that outcome, when we're judging it on a customer basis, would fall in 01. And then whether or not we were able to notify those 10 de-energized customers ahead of time would determine where they fall in that second bucket.
Kyle, this is Russell Archer from Edison. Is another way to say that 80% of the time you call an IMT, at least someone gets de-energized, but about 89% of the time that there is a PSPS event activated, 89%, sorry, not 89% of the time, but rather 89% of the customers who are notified ultimately do not get de-energized because the window shrinks over time when you notify them days in advance. And as you get closer and closer to the real-time event, you decide that you don't have to de-energize as many people as you thought you might have to in that window of uncertainty.
That's correct, Russell. Yep.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Can I ask a different question? PG&E has a program it calls EPSS, Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings, and then that can lead to some significant disruption of service. Are you modeling that here, or does Edison do that? Is that?
Yeah, so EPSS, as I understand, it's kind of a suite of protective settings. The equivalent that we have is called fast curve settings. That is not modeled as a part of this PSPS risk bow tie. It's kind of separate and distinct. The Venn diagram of when we would enact these fast curve settings does overlap with our PSPS events for sure, but that would not be captured in any of these outcomes or triggering events.
And when the term you used is, could you spell the second word, curb or curve?
Curve with a V, yes. Fast curve settings.
CURVE.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else, I think I'll take the next slide. I won't spend a ton of time on this one. I know Gary Chen already covered much of the modeling details earlier this morning, but SCE did model and provide RSEs for the PSPS controls that were a part of our proposed and alternative plans. They were modeled at the circuit segment level and then aggregated up to the circuit level when provided in our work papers. And the circuits were also ranked based on their access and functional needs and non-residential critical infrastructure characteristics, essentially elevating the safety attribute for circuits with more of those customer types. I read or spoke a lot fewer words than are on the slide. So I'll give a couple more seconds if folks want to read that or answer any questions, and then we'll move on. Okay, I think this next one is my last one. And this slide, like I promised earlier, harkens back to the reduction in PSPS exposure in the 2025 to 28 ramp period. So for this effort and included in our 2022 WMP update, SCE modeled historical exceedance of the current FPI thresholds paired with the National Weather Service wind advisory and high wind warning wind speeds. Those two levels are a good proxy for our average bare conductor and covered conductor circuit thresholds, respectively. And that historical exceedance modeling really highlights the importance of our ongoing grid hardening plans, specifically covered conductor installation and target undergrounding, and their impact on PSPS necessity. So assuming SCE is able to execute the breadth of our plans, we anticipate being able to harden all PSPS circuits that are at the highest risk for exceedance, meaning that de-energization would only occur at that higher 4058 high wind warning wind speed, which is modeled there in the yellow line, whereas the green is the 3146 wind advisory level. So assuming that we were able to harden all of our PSPS impacted circuits, it would be a very stark decrease in the necessity to resort to PSPS by 2025. Our modeling estimates that about 24 circuit de-energizations annually during this period, correlating to the lower number you see there at the bottom of the screen. It's obviously an estimation, and given the plethora of exogenous factors driving exceedance, but averaging 10 years of exceedance over these control variables, we arrived at our best estimate of what 2025's exposure could look like. So a lot to digest there. I'll pause for questions.
Hi, Joseph Mitchell, Mussey Grade Road Alliance. I have a couple questions just on your last slide there. The risk score of 0.16, so that's as of 2025 after your mitigation programs have been put into effect. First, what is it now? And what is the risk score currently?
That I would not even deign to speculate on. I'll throw that to one of our ERM or RAMP folks, if indeed we do know that. I'm not sure that we do.
Brian, you want to take that?
I can take this. This is Gary from the ERM group. We don't have that risk score in the RAMP report, but we certainly can produce it.
Okay, great.
And Dr. Mitchell, this is Russell. You'll recall this is the first time that we've modeled PSPS as a standalone risk.
Right, I get that. And the risk score that you're showing here is like a factor of 300 less than the wildfire risk. And another question that brings up is have you cross-checked this yet, for instance, with the ICE calculator or another methodology? I know the SCE has its own sort of bespoke method of calculating PSPS risk. Is this comparable to what you would get if you were to use the Berkeley model or anything like that?
I'm going to throw it to Brian for any of the, or Gary. I'm not familiar with any of those models or how they might stack up.
Yeah, Dr. Mitchell, so this is Brian Landry. So it is a comparable value for value of reliability. However, the ICE model doesn't have values of safety or values of sort of financial impacts per se.
So in that sense, the SCE model would come up with a higher risk score because it's incorporating those?
Potentially, that's right.
Okay, potentially, okay.
And Dr. Mitchell, this is Russell again with Edison. I just want to emphasize that although PSPS has a relatively low risk score here, that doesn't mean that we're going to do it any more than absolutely necessary. In other words, we're not looking at this and saying, oh, this isn't a big risk, so let's use PSPS as much as we want to. We do it as a measure of last resort pursuant to commission regulation and requirements.
Okay, great. I wanted to go back to fast curve settings for a second. I know those aren't incorporated now. What the PG&E program, EPSS, what they were able to show is a 75% reduction in ignitions in areas where that was active. Do you have any comparable data for your fast curve settings?
I'm gonna, like I promised earlier, I'm gonna throw the hard questions back to Raj. Fast curve is really, it is discussed in the wildfire chapter. It's a wildfire mitigation strategy, and not really correlated to PSPS activity at all. I don't know, Raj, if you want to take that. I don't expect you to have the data in front of you, but maybe you can.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a comparable data from what PG&E has provided. I mean, one thing I'll highlight, I don't think you can just look at reduction of ignitions directly. I think the way I think of fast curve is it's after a fault occurs. You know, did it mitigate? It mitigates the fault energy, right, to reduce it, and because you've tripped your protection device quicker than you normally would have at a lower fault current or at a faster speed. And so really when we look at our fault to ignition ratio is what we have to look at, and relative to when fast curve is enabled and not enabled. And I think when you look at that fault to ignition ratio, you know, preliminarily ballpark looking at it, it's a reduction of about 40% of the ratio when fast curve's not enabled and enabled. And that's just looking at the last couple of years in terms of just trying to analyze the data, but something that we're trying to look into more and going forward, because we've had fast curve enabled starting in 2018, and so it's kind of been baked into our kind of risk reduction for that matter of fact. And so going forward, we're looking at actually revisiting in our 2022 WMP update. You'll see we're going to revisit our fast curve strategy, see if we can make tweaks. That might help us measure the effectiveness between where we're at today versus in the forward. But yeah, there's nothing specific, but that's a stat that I can maybe share with you guys.
Yeah, and so that's relevant to the PSPS because one of the side effects that PG&E also showed was a very substantial number of customer hours of outages that were unanticipated and unwarned, and they've taken some flack for that. So that's why I think there was an earlier question of, are you measuring, do you have a measure of that as part of the PSPS risk where that reduction in reliability is being shown?
Got it. Yeah. So I don't think we have that, like Kyle mentioned today. And one thing I'll maybe highlight, I can't speak for PG&E, obviously. I'm not familiar exactly with all the details of their program. But for us, when we enabled our fast curve settings, we took into account balancing reliability and versus wildfire risk reduction. So we're trying to find that sweet spot. And that's what we're also doing when we revisit our fast curve strategy when we make tweaks. So I think one thing we will do going forward is, you know, for the reliability component, I think is what you're referring to, not just the wildfire risk reduction, but is there an impact in the opposite direction in terms of the CMI that customers are out? And that's something we'll have to evaluate and look forward to. But right now, like I said, since we've been deploying it since 2018, it's kind of baked into our baseline a little bit. So it's something that we also enable seasonally between like a lot of times between like May through November. So it's not just for PSPS, it's enabled. And so we have to figure out how do you incorporate it for PSPS, because right now it's enabled a lot longer than just PSPS events.
And do you have it enabled for your entire high fire risk area, or do you just have it?
We have the ability right now, I think, on 900 of our distribution high fire risk area circuits. And it doesn't mean the entire circuit. It could be a portion, because some of those circuits, only a portion of it traverse, and you don't need to have fast curve on all of it. The remaining require what I'll call circuit breaker relay upgrades, because they're mechanical and they don't have the microprocessor which you need to program these different settings. So that's something we're deploying. You'll see in our mitigation plan. But yeah, majority or a lot of our circuits in our high fire risk area, like I said, 900 out of 1100 approximately as of end of last year, have fast curve capability. So we are enabling it in a large area of our high fire risk area when the weather warrants it, which, you know, sometimes as I said, it could be May through November, December, or even January, where they're enabled potentially.
Thank you.
This is Russell from Edison. I just want to not overlook a comment or a question in the chat from Miles. I'll just read it out loud because it may not be readily apparent to everyone. It says, can you speak to why PSPS is so much lower than wildfire for the risk score? And I'll let Kyle answer that substantively, but I'll just reiterate something I said earlier, that if the risk score was higher, we wouldn't do PSPS more or less. In other words, the risk score or the RSE, which we didn't calculate, is not driving our PSPS decision making. But I'll let Kyle answer the substantive question.
Yeah, that's a great reminder, Russell. And the score itself is likely lower because secondary, you know, we're measuring just from the safety side of things, like we've talked about earlier, serious injuries and fatalities. Secondary impacts from PSPS de-energizations are very difficult to quantify. We're in the early days of PSPS risk modeling, but we are continually working on ways to include and model those. But to get all the, you know, to measure, for example, the inconvenience of losing power doesn't make its way into the PSPS risk score. It's just not quantifiable, current methodology.
This is Tom. Could I go back to, I see a text, I'm sorry, a chat question from Candace. I don't know if you want to go to that next. Leave that up to Edison.
Sure, I can read the question in the chat. It's, does Edison severe risk area incorporate the entirety of the HFTD commission map? And maybe this is more a question.
I think that's for me probably. So what we've analyzed is the high fire risk area from the commission map, and a subset of the high fire threat district we've identified as severe risk area based on that criteria I talked about. So is it an egress community, which includes a burn-in buffer, meaning areas that there's equipment that could impact that egress community, or within that community, areas that from our Technosilva consequence has a 10,000 acre burn in 8 hours, or is experiencing dry fuels and wind speeds above what we would currently elevate our PSPS threshold to when it has cover conductor. So meaning even with cover conductor, it would still experience de-energizations. So that's a 40-mile-per-hour gusts and 58-mile-per-hour winds as a floor. So hopefully that helps answer Candace's question.
Maybe another way to ask the question, Raj, is that do any of our severe risk areas, are any of them outside of the HFTD?
No, they're not.
Thanks.
So this is Tom again. The question I was going to ask is, I'm still trying to get a handle on how much what you call fast curve has been a part of your wildfire mitigation strategy. Raj, you say it's been baked in since 2018. So does that mean that there have been significant service interruptions based on the fast curve settings?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think we had the same experience as PG&E, so I don't think we can compare apples to apples. You can go very sensitive on those settings, and where you would, the more sensitive you go, obviously, it's a trade-off between reliability risk, I would say, versus wildfire risk. So I think when we first enabled it, we took a balanced approach to make sure we are, when elevated fire risk conditions there, we are reducing risk by having them act faster, but not to the point where we're constantly maybe impacting regular service reliability. That's why we're revisiting it, because we think we've left room on there that we may potentially be able to tweak, or maybe we want to tweak certain areas, for example, severe risk areas that we may be hardening, and we may want to tweak it a little bit before we are able to underground. So that's something what we're evaluating now, but we haven't experienced system-wide complaints of reliability impacts.
Meaning no customers affected by the presence of fast curve settings on your system, or?
Well, I don't want to say no. I don't want to say no customers. I mean, there may be some pockets of customers that have experienced that, and when that happens, we get a call to our call center, and we do try to address that and tweak the settings at that location to try to balance the wildfire risk and see what we can do to mitigate that.
Also note, Raj, this is Russell again, that we file or submit an annual report circuit by circuit of SAIDI, SAFE, et cetera, year after year. So those numbers can be easily compared. Now, obviously, there's differences other than fast curve studies that are driving reliability, but that's all public information.
Right. So if we asked you a data request to identify the customer minutes of interruption attributable to fast curve settings, would you be able to give us that?
So that I would say is a difficult thing to do, because when you think about it, the way fast curve settings and any protection settings work, it's time and current, right? And so when a fault occurs, you're essentially just lowering the threshold of what fault current and how fast you want to interrupt. So when a fault occurs, you don't know if that would have still, that fault that happened would still have tripped, because even if you didn't enable fast curve settings. Does that make sense? Because it was going to have enough fault current anyway and would have still de-energized. So that's the part that's really a very difficult task to do, is determine, well, without fast curve would have still tripped. Does that make sense? It could have still tripped. It just would have taken a few cycles longer, which we're talking milliseconds, in terms of the protection device operating.
Okay.
Hopefully that.
But it sounds like this just is the setting based on the sensitivity that you've deployed. This just has not been as big a
Correct.
tool in preventing ignitions that PG&E makes it out to be. And I know you can't compare very much, but I mean,
We can't compare. I think time will tell, but I can tell you that one stat that I said that we have seen, looking at the last 2 years, the fault to ignition ratio has gone down by 40%, in relative to when fast curve wasn't enabled versus when it was enabled. But that's just a relative stat. And obviously our settings, like you said, have not seen this, have not maybe different for the level of settings that PG&E has set in terms of sensitivity.
okay, thank you.
Joe Mitchell again, just to follow up on that. Are fast curve settings is that a static profile that gets loaded at the beginning of fire season and is in place? Or is it a set of settings that is dynamically adjustable based on weather conditions?
Great question. So the way these protection devices work, there's grouping of settings. So the grouping of settings, each setting set has to be set in advance. You have to program it at the device. A physical person goes out and actually programs that. Obviously, you can imagine for cybersecurity risk, things like that. Eventually, be great to get to a place where we can do it over the air and have dynamic setting changes. But currently, protection device settings are done, at the location of the device. But once you've set the setting, you can enable any of those groups remotely. Hopefully that makes sense. There's a nuance there. And right now there's limits to how many groups of settings you can have on each device. But over time, maybe you're able to set, 3 or 4 different types of settings. So instead of just normal and fast curve, maybe you could set normal, fast curve 1 and fast curve 2, and maybe fast curve 3. That's something I think will require more modernized equipment over time. But at this moment, there's essentially 2 settings that we're using that's programmed, and they're different for each circuit because each circuit has different loading, so you can imagine, and different makeup, so it would have a different actual value. But the settings themselves is, here's the normal operating protection, and then when we say enable fast curve, it's adjusting that normal operating curve down to a faster curve setting for that circuit. But once it's set, it's just on and off at that point.
And somebody has to go turn that on and off manually. You can't do that via SCADA.
The on and off you can do via SCADA. You can't change the setting. Yeah, you have to program the setting itself, like whatever we're defining as fast curve. Yeah, and once you set it, you can do the on and off remotely.
Oh, okay. And so do you do the on and off based on weather conditions?
Correct. And there's actually 4 different weather criteria. So there's fire weather threat. So when our own forecasted areas or locations have elevated fire threat from our weather folks, we'll enable it. There's what we call red flag warnings, which any location that's announced a red flag warning will enable all the circuits in those areas. Then there's thunder threat. So if we have thunder threat, like dry lightning storms that we've experienced recently, we'll enable those areas with fast curve settings. And then red flag warnings, which is the seasonal one I talked about, where you can have May through November or different fire climate zones. There's about 11 zones in our service territory where we'll enable those for months in terms of because of the elevated fire risk. But yeah, there's different criteria, but we enable it whenever the fire risk is enabled, and we do it remotely.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. All right, I don't know if we're at time, or Kyle, I pass it back to you.
This is my
Can I
last
ask a
slide.
question? This is Chris Barks with Cal Advocates. Thanks for the information, Raj. The approximately how many customers can be under this fast curve situation?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't know the exact number of customers, but like I said, 900 out of 1,100 distribution circuits. So, for ballparking, like we said, there's 1.3 million customers connected to high fire risk area circuits. So maybe if we took the ratio of 911, just to get a ballpark idea. But you really would have to look at which of the 200 circuit, how many customers are on the 200. So we can look into that and get back to you probably.
Okay, thank you. And you mentioned fault to ignition ratio or something like that of 40%. I don't think I wrote it down correctly. What?
Yeah, that's correct. So we looked at, I think, 2020 through 2021, and I think Ray Fougere is on the call, who can maybe confirm if I'm saying this correctly. But it essentially, when you look at when fast curve is enabled on circuits, how many faults ended up in an ignition, right? So after the device operated, how many converted to an ignition, and then when fast curve wasn't enabled, how many faults ended up being in ignition. There's a 40% reduction when you look at the relative ratio between the two when fast curve is enabled. From the ratio of fault to fire was reduced, not the quantity of ignitions, but when you're comparing the ratios, because to us that's what you have to measure in terms of the effectiveness of fast curve, because it's really mitigating the risk after a fault occurs.
Thank you. And do you have any sense of how this compares to the PG&E EPSS? Is it similar? Is it very different? Is it the same? Do you have any sense of that?
Yeah, I have a sense. I don't want to speak on behalf of PG&E, but I do know we're collaborating with PG&E and San Diego to try to compare notes and provide. Each of us IOU do it slightly differently. They call it EPSS. Even the names, I think San Diego calls it SRP, sensitive relay profile. I do believe they're doing it a little bit more sensitive than us. And so, that's my sense. And they're forecasting granularly, I think daily, but that's something we're benchmarking right now because this is a newer program for them, and I know it's evolved frequently. So yeah, I'll just be open and honest. We're constantly talking to them, so we have a sense of it, and we can learn from them, and I think they can learn from us, and we're all kind of in it together. And it'll be we want to make sure how their performance is happening. Will be more data for us to analyze to see if there's any tweaks we'd want to make to our own system.
Thank you.
Pros
and two more questions. One is, earlier, I think you were discussing, someone brought up, using the Cadian safety metrics or that kind of stuff to see the impact. But I think those are averaged over the entire system. And it sounds like this can impact a very small set of customers. So I wouldn't expect that to maybe have a big impact on the larger metrics. And is there a way to...
Chris, the report I was referencing, this is Russell from Edison, is circuit specific, and it's broken down by circuit.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And it's a CPUC filed report that the IOUs do. I don't know the name of it, but we'll figure that out for you.
Russell, you're referring to the annual reliability report?
I am, Chris. I don't know the official name of it, but yes.
Yeah, I think they're actually called annual reliability reports. And Chris, I can give you more information on those.
Yeah, I thought I looked that up when we discussed that before, but okay. But anyway, you're saying that it is circuit specific. Okay.
It is. It is. It's very granular.
All righty. Because I was just curious, because I know when this program was implemented in Northern California, there was a lot of concern from the customers that were impacted by that. And you're not experiencing that down in Southern California, I take it. You're not getting that kind of concern from customers. Is that fair to say?
I'm not sure that those on this call can speak to specific responses or feedback from customers in a detail.
Okay.
Question is, yeah.
Okay. I think that it's good to hear that the utilities are kind of talking among each other and kind of comparing notes, because it seems like if this is used to reduce wildfire ignitions, then maybe identifying best practices across different experiences would have a lot of value from getting out of this ramp. So thank you.
That makes total sense, Chris. And someone in my team posted that the report I was referring to, as Chris mentioned, is the Electric System Reliability Annual Reports that was required by CPUC Final Decision D1601008.
Right. I've looked at those reports, but I need to go back and look at it again because I think this came up in a previous workshop. But thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Chris, and thanks for your thoughts and feedback.
Shall I take the most recent question in the chat? It seems to be in regards to PSPS outcomes. Fernando, I'm not sure if you can take me back a slide or two to the bow tie. Perfect. So the question in the chat was, for outcome 3, where customers were de-energized but not notified, was that event due to protection relay trip due to the settings we were discussing, the fast curve settings? So the short answer is no. Well, the long answer is no as well. But so the answer is no. These, we just analyzed proactive PSPS de-energizations where we decided to de-energize due to weather conditions. So folks in that outcome 3 are likely due to things like circuits rapidly coming into forecast and exceeding their thresholds when they weren't forecast to do so, not giving us the time to execute those notifications. Things like a fast curve de-energization obviously is completely unforeseeable and due to conditions on the line and not a proactive PSPS de-energization. So none of those customers would be considered in these percentages.
Got it. Thanks.
Any other questions? Steve Hain, I think we're a little ahead of schedule. We were scheduled to take a break at 3 o'clock. Would you like us to start a little bit, take the break at 3?
What's your preference?
I think we'd like to, since it's only 20 minutes away, is to just take the break and we would start at 3 o'clock. We'll still be ahead of schedule.
Okay, yeah. Sure, that sounds fine to me. Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's take a break right now and start at 3 again. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back on.
Right. This is Todd. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Todd,
Yes.
we can hear. Todd, I'll just introduce you in like 2 sentences. Steve, would you like us to start or start whenever you want?
I think we can go ahead and start.
Okay, thank you. Hope everyone had a good break, and just want to start our next part of our workshop where we'll be talking about our employee safety ramp risk. And here with us to talk about that is Todd Gallagher, who is our principal manager in Edison Safety.
All right. Thank you. And good afternoon to everybody. Thanks for allowing me to share Southern California Edison's risk assessment and mitigation phase ramp with you. This is a very important aspect, the employee safety piece. And safety, as you know, at SCE is our top value. As I go through the slides, I'll announce the slide heading. So we're all on the same slide. And the first slide is employee safety risk introduction. Right. And okay, there we go. You know, at SCE, SCE's diverse workforce performs critical tasks to operate a safe, reliable, and clean grid for our customers. This ramp focused on safety incident and fatalities, otherwise referred to as SIF. California Edison modeled and provided risk spend efficiencies for all 5 controls as part of our proposed plan. We also included a discussion of the 3 foundational activities that directly support SCE's employee safety risk mitigation efforts. Next slide. All right. So this is employee safety risk definition and scope. We defined our risk involving employees as exposing workers to hazards arising from construction and maintenance activities, supporting activities, and vehicle incidents. We use the industry accepted Edison Electric Institute safety classification and learning model, referred to as the SCL model, to define what actual SIFs are in our scope. Potential SIFs, referred to as PSIFs, were out of scope. We attempted to integrate PSIFs into the multi-attribute value function to evaluate and rank risk for this ramp. However, you know, we experienced challenges trying to incorporate PSIF incidents into the multi-attribute value function. We did not find a useful methodology to incorporate PSIF into the consequences of the risk bow tie. Also, regarding non-serious injuries, SCE's focus is on SIFs to align with Edison Safety's goal of eliminating serious injuries and fatalities. However, we do take all serious injuries serious. You might ask, you know, why do we use the Edison Electric Institute's SCL model for classifying SIFs? Using the SCL model for serious injuries and fatalities really allows us to expand incident learning to include more high energy incidents than previous consequence-only based models, such as the life-threatening, life-altering model. The SCL model creates a common language and understanding of high hazard energy sources and the associated controls. Prior to transitioning to the EEI SIF model, classification criteria was only focused on consequence. And using the SCL model, we are also able to leverage industry data from across the country since SIFs occur in relatively low numbers. Being able to benchmark and share learnings with and from other utilities using this common language really helps facilitate dialogue between utilities. Particularly SCE is really active in the utility industry and as well as multi utility groups focused on mitigating injuries. SCE holds leadership positions in and very active in utility working groups and task force, such as the Edison Electric Institute, EEI, North American Transmission Forum, NATF, National Safety Council, as well as we also participate on multi-industry working teams such as the Construction Research Alliance, and always with a focus on SIF and eliminating injuries. Learning, benchmarking, controls, and mitigations from these organizations is a main objective in our participation in these organizations. As an example, through discussions and learnings from several of the utilities, we've been able to expand the number of job hazard analysis used by our field workers focused on SIFT and their associated mitigations. Next slide. All right. Employee safety risk bow tie. Two key updates from the 2018 ramp. One, we differentiated employee risk from contractor risk, and we have focused specifically on SIF using the EEI SIF criteria. There are 4 key drivers identified. They include the more granular subdividers in the ramp report, and these drivers are people, which speaks to intentional shortcuts or unintentional human errors, process, such as lack of formal communications, equipment, such as a switching device that causes a pinch point for the hand or fingers, and then other, where other is really a cause from members of the public, such as a member of the public driving into a work zone, striking a worker. Next slide. Okay, employee safety risk tranches. When we first differentiated our employees into office and field, this was prudent since the office and field workers have different risk profiles, and many of the controls and mitigations are focused on our field workers. We then further subdivided the field workers into 2 categories based on the type of work activity. Field employees, such as linemen, journeymen, apprentice, troublemen, groundmen, and then all other field workers. Just as an example, field service reps or field supervisors, maintenance workers, or cable slicers. Next slide, please. And then a summary of our SCE's employee safety proposed plan. Our proposed plan reduces safety risk by implementing programs that are designed to directly reduce serious incidents and fatalities. Additionally, this plan is aligned with SCE's safety culture transformation roadmap to reduce serious injuries. And then continuation of existing controls, implementing key foundational activities, support current and future controls and mitigations. And we are continually evaluating new activities and technologies to further reduce SIFs. The 5 employee safety control activities proposed are safety culture transformation, incident cause evaluation, some refer to it as the corrective action program or CAP, T&D field-based training, human and organizational performance, a lot of times referred to as HOP, and then safety predictive initiative. And then we have 3 foundational activities that are outlined: risk-based safety program, safety management system, and then incident management system. And at SCE, we believe that the combination of existing and enhanced controls in the proposed plan represents a very carefully judged balance of reducing safety risk on one hand and doing so at a prudent cost to our customers on the other. And that concludes the introduction to the employee safety risk. If there's any questions, if not, I'll turn it back over to Chris.
I do have a question, Todd.
Okay, great.
Steve Hayne from SPD. Does your employee safety risk definition involve only immediate risks, or does it also include both immediate risks and delayed latent risks caused by an employee's actions? For example, an improperly installed component on a power pole may not risk an employee right away, but someone coming along to do maintenance work 5 years later may get injured because of that previous employee's improper installation. Does that take into account that delayed action?
Yes, so we would treat that no different than as you would call it immediate. We would learn from those type of incidents and put in mitigations.
And for your, okay, if that is so, for your risk evaluation, do you only take into account the risks within the GRC timeframe, or does it take the risk all the way to time infinity?
I might have to call a friend on that one to see people who do the calculation if they would have any input to that.
Todd, I'll feel it. Stephen, could you clarify? You're saying which are you referring to the PSIFs? What calculation are you referring to? I'm sorry.
Let's say the estimation of SIFs. Yes.
Okay, so for the estimation of SIFs, the analysis contained in our ramp report is intended to apply for the ramp period, if I understand your question, which is 2025 to 28.
Right. So if an improper action by an employee performed during the GRC period causes a delayed action 20 years down the road, your risk evaluation process does not capture that. Is that correct?
Do you mean, does the ramp analysis for this ramp report capture potential but unknown incidents in the future that would be outside of the ramp period? Well, yes. I believe the answer to that is no, it does not capture that. We're not quite sure how we would do so, but we'll give that some thought. But I can confirm that the analysis that we provided in our ramp report and work papers does not include that item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the question.
Chris, I see you have your hand raised.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the safety management system bullet here. Is that an existing system, or is that something that is new?
So, for our safety management system, we utilize ANSI Z10, and we're currently engaged with an outside partner to perform a gap analysis on our safety management system to modify and improve this important system. So, yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like it's you have something, and then that was going to be my next question, whether you had a third party to audit it, and it sounds like you do have a third party to audit. And I was going to ask you what standard you're using. You said it's called Z10?
ANSI Z10, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I wouldn't call the outside partner, I don't know if I would use the word audit, because that implies certification of a program generally. But we do have we're engaging a third outside party to do a gap analysis to help us improve this system.
Okay, so you're not planning to get some kind of certification with it?
Well, yeah, I guess I'm not saying that we would, or I don't know that we have made a decision to certify it or not. But the auditor is not here to certify us. They're here really to look at our program, see where we can modify it and make improvements, because we're always continually improving, and that's what we want to do.
Okay, and does that apply to the suite of safety management system elements, or just to employee safety?
Well, could you go into a little more detail what you're thinking outside of just employee safety?
Yeah, and I don't mean to say just employee safety. I would say employee safety, but I believe safety management systems like the ISO standards, they encompass a number of elements, which may include risk assessment, employee engagement, root cause analysis might come under that umbrella. And so I'm curious whether SCE is doing this review to encompass all the elements of a safety. I'm not as familiar with Z10, so I don't know specifically what that includes.
So ISO standard 4501 is if you look at it and compare it to the ANSI standard, they're very similar, and they have what I would consider very similar components. One might have something a little more different than the other, but 95% of it is this, very similar. And so yes, we're looking at all those elements.
Okay, and what came to mind to me was like, I think it's ISO 55000 or PAS. There's a PAS version of it, but PAS version of it, but you're talking about 4500 or
4501 is just another SMS standard. It's typically more used in Europe probably than, well, I don't want to say everybody, but that's where it's primarily used. The ANSI Z10 standard is more used in the United States. But if you were to, I know people on both those standards, and the same people have helped develop them, so they're very similar. If you're familiar with one, you'll be familiar with the other. But those elements that you mentioned, root cause analysis and such, yes, those are all aspects that we'll be looking at.
Okay, and do you actually have a timeline for that, for the completion of that review?
We should be starting the gap analysis this year, and then starting implementation next year.
Implementation meaning
any of the changes to any gaps that we find, we would, we'd be probably we would be starting to implement those in 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions. Anything else?
Okay, since we're not hearing any other questions, I think we can move to the next slide in the next unit. Thank you, Todd.
All right, thank you.
Just going to spend a couple of minutes on one slide just to follow up a little bit on what I'd summarized this morning on climate change in our ramp and the treatment of it with specific connection to the Kava and ramp integration, which I'll talk about in just one second. May we please have the next slide? So the Kava is the Climate Adaptation Vulnerability Assessment, and SCE filed this per CPUC simultaneously or on the same day as it filed its ramp in May. The SCE is the first utility to file this Kava. It springs from the climate adaptation rulemaking by the Commission. When one looks at the integration of these two, it's important to keep in mind that RAMP is focusing on major safety risks in the near term, and this vulnerability assessment is a longer term look. It looks specifically at vulnerabilities with regard to climate change in the broad time spectrum of 2030, 2050, and 2070. So it's looking with a long lens, and it looks not just safety focused, but reliability, financial, and other lenses as well. As applicable and appropriate, we integrated the Kava into our climate change appendix, but we wanted to note that we do anticipate that further development of climate-related mitigations based on the adaptation options that are presented in the Kava, we anticipate that we will be further working with those options and developing items so that our GRC application next year, Kava results will be as appropriate included and reflected in GRC funding requests. So more to come on that, so to speak. Also wanted to note that our climate change section in our ramp does offer a suggestion, given that we were the first utility to do this CAVA ramp simultaneous filing, or first one to do the CAVA period, is that it may be helpful in future cycles for utilities to have the CAVA and the ramp be a little bit separated in filing rather than filing on the same date, or be anticipated to file simultaneously or near simultaneously. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Yeah, this is Miles from Cal Advocates. So thanks for that. I am sort of wondering, did the vulnerabilities identified in the CAVA affect ramp-related risk planning at all? I mean, I'll offer a specific example, if you will. So, like, I mean, with wildfire, for example, I could imagine that the longer-term vulnerability to wildfire risk identified in the CAVA could, for example, affect how you're prioritizing mitigations now to prepare for that future risk. And so I guess I'm wondering, like, I recognize that these are separate filings looking at different sort of time horizons for risks, but I am wondering, like, the extent to which SCE might have taken those longer term considerations into consideration when prioritizing its ramp mitigations. Am I making sense?
Yes, and I'm not the expert on the CAVA, so I want to be very careful in my answer here, because that was done by a separate team at SCE, but it is on a higher level. And again, we do anticipate that you'll see more granular analysis and connection when we file our GRC application. Because these two products, the ramp and the CAVA, were developed simultaneously. And again, CAVA is looking at the longer term, well past 2028, which, as the first bullet point here points out, is our ramp period does not extend beyond 2028. All right. Thank you for the question. And if we can move to the next unit. So this is just a chance for final Q&A roundtable. For any last questions or comments, we welcome them.
Well, this is Tom. I've just been spending the last few minutes trying to think about issues that we would like to be to understand better in order to be able to provide meaningful comments on your ramp and just sort of general topics. One is we have a few different transparency concerns, and part of it relates to the problem with the work papers that we had a separate meeting with you about a few days ago, and that you alluded to earlier in in the morning session. And so until we get workable, we have workable files that we can see what your RSEs are on a mitigation by mitigation basis. And by the way, when I use the term mitigation, I know this isn't how you use it, but at folks at Edison, but I'm just referring to all of the different strategies and programs that you're talking about deploying to address the risks. So I'm not just differentiating between controls and mitigation. I'm just using it as the generic term. Anyway, I don't see in your report RSEs on a mitigation by mitigation basis. I see them for the entirety of your proposed plan. So when you have 20 mitigations for wildfire, the wildfire risk, I've yet to see a single RSE for even on for a particular program. So I mean, that's troubling. And then yet to see any tranche RSEs. Instead we have an aggregated RSE for the entirety of a total proposal, which is not how the other utilities have done it, and not, anyway, not
I'm sorry, Tom, if I can just interject.
Hold on, Dan, I've got, I didn't want to interrupt Tom while he was talking, but Tom, your statement that we do not have RSCs by mitigation is, it's just not accurate, I'm afraid. We do have that, and happy to have a side discussion about this. Sorry, what was your second point? I was focused on that.
No. Let's pursue that for a second. That'd be wonderful if they're there and I'm just missing them. I'm looking in your wildfire chapter. I'm looking at page 102 of your wildfire chapter, and I'm seeing. I'm looking. Anyway, is there somewhere in your wildfire chapter that you have RSCs per mitigation?
We have RSCs per mitigation, and we have tranching for each of our risks and analysis by tranche.
Right. No, are you talking about your work papers or your chapter?
This type of analysis occurs in both places, and we have RSCs for example, in wildfire, for every single segment, we have RSCs per mitigation.
Right. No, but I'm asking about your wildfire chapter in your report.
Correct. You're looking at page 102, table II-14, that has proposed plan total cost and 2025 risk spend efficiencies. It has, the 28 different controls and mitigations, our cost estimate from 25 to 28, and the 2025 risk spend efficiencies by our 3 tranche groupings, severe risk areas, high consequence segments, and other HFRA. We have a similar table for both alternative plans for wildfire and the proposed and alternative plans for PSPS.
Okay, I stand corrected. Thank you for pointing that out. And I did miss that. I was trying to look at this kind of on the fly while we were talking, and so I missed that. So that's at the aggregate level. So the point I wanted to get to though is that we need to see these work papers broken out into some workable format, because we haven't been able to work with them to see the RSCs at the tranche level. And I don't understand how these tranche level RSCs, at the level of granularity you're saying you've done, roll up to these less granular tranches that are reported in let's say the wildfire chapter, where you've divided it into 3, those three tranches you talked about earlier in your presentation. So we don't understand that. I'm just flagging things that we're trying to understand better, and trying to highlight the importance of getting those a workable package of work papers to us for us to be able to begin to understand.
I understand.
This is Thomas. This is Russell. I think you're asking the exact right questions. As Dan alluded to earlier today, there is this inherent tension between transparency and usability. But that doesn't mean that we can't accomplish both. And we are fully committed to working with TURN, the commission, and all the other interveners to try to strike that balance to get you what you need in the right format, in a way that's manipulable, in a way that you can change and make your own assumptions. I don't know that we're there yet, but we are working on it, and we want to continue that dialogue.
Yeah, Tom, we are following up with urgency on the feedback, and as you know, as you alluded to, we've already done one walkthrough and Q&A, and thinking that through, we didn't just leave it then. We're working on some things that may be alternative ways to present or use the data that might just, again, for if it works better for you that way, then we would make it that way available as we work through it. But we're working on that.
Okay.
And then if there's something you don't find in the report, I know both Dan and I were rushing over each other to speak up when you said this is not found in your ramp. Please, it's there. But if you have questions, we welcome it here at the workshop, but also one-on-one. We're available at your convenience to walk through any aspect of the ramp or where things are in the ramp.
Okay, that's great. No, I appreciate that. Another area that I didn't know whether we'd get into today in the workshop or not, and it didn't seem the opening didn't seem to really present itself, but is another sort of transparency related concern. And to be specific about transparency, I have in mind the provisions of the provision of the settlement that deals with transparency, and that's row 30, or I'm sorry, row 29. And the transparency concern that I think may be accentuated with what you're doing compared to maybe some of the other utilities is your heavy reliance on these, machine learning or other models that could be considered black box models. We don't have transparency into how those models work, what in and how they lead to the what are the inputs into them and how the outputs from those models become part of the calculation for the RSEs. And I'm not saying that's a good topic for now, but I think that's something we're going to need to understand better in order to be able to see whether we have concerns about how you're using those models to calculate RSEs, but right now they're just black boxes to us.
Okay. I appreciate your comment. We thought we had walked through this, but I'll be turning over in a minute to Brian Landry on our team to talk in more detail. But we certainly are happy to do deeper dives. We're happy to, we talked about it at a higher level, but we're happy to go deeper. And we obviously don't view the models as a black box. We don't intend them that way. Transparency is tremendously important. And, in terms of the model use, different models are used for different things. And maybe I'll turn this over to, or be joined by my modeling team with Gary and Brian to talk specifics if you'd wish to talk more specifics rather right now. But certainly assure you, we do not intend for any of this to be a black box, and have worked hard to try to not have it be that way. So Gary, Brian, please feel free to add.
Yeah, Chris. So this is Brian Landry from Edison. So Tom, for every single one of our models that we use for wildfires, for instance, for POI, we have several different types of algorithms used for every component. So for instance, in our transformer model, we use a random forest model. And over our conductor model, we use also a random forest model. For switch models, we use random forest and gradient boosting models. For cat banks and for CFO, we both also use random forest models. The other utilities also use different sort of machine learning algorithms. I know for a fact that San Diego uses gradient boosting models primarily more than we use random forest, for instance. And I know that PG&E also used different machine learning models as well. We have an upcoming OAS workshop on this that we can go into more detail, or a high level. We could spend days talking about our different models. But I think what we mentioned earlier when we had a meeting earlier in the week, we're happy to even.
No, I think we lost Brian. Just give it a second, see if he can join back and finish his answer.
Brian again. So most of them are going to be really boring models because they're written in Python code. So we can just basically show you how they work, and then we can press the button and show you how the code sort of produces. But it's not like an Excel model I think maybe you're perhaps used to.
Well, at a simple level, what we're trying to understand is what are the inputs to what you're using as the pre-mitigation lure and the pre-mitigation core. And so I don't know if those values that you use are in your RSE work papers for reasons we've just talked about. But and then assuming those values are there, then we're going to want to understand what are the source of the values that are there for the lure and the core. And we'd like the core to be broken out by attribute, not some, not some aggregated number. And then we want to be able to trace them back, and we want to be able to understand sort of the real world data that's being relied upon for, say, estimates of frequency of pre-mitigation, estimates of frequency of ignitions for, for the wildfire risk, for example. Understand. We want to see if it makes sense. So
yeah, of course. I mean, and we're happy to walk through that. And consequence, I know I've touched upon POI a little bit. So for wildfire consequence, 3 primary components: safety, financial, reliability. And I think we covered that a little bit in the chapter. But the components that come out of that is for every fire simulation we run, what we do is we assign the natural unit consequences in acres, structures, population, and then also reliability factor for every segment. And then we convert those to Mars, and we can walk you through how we do that.
Okay. Well, again, and the reason I raised the issue about the work papers is I imagine, I don't want to presume what Steve Hain has in mind for the wrap up, but I assume, just based on previous ramps, that a question that will come up is just for parties to start thinking about what would be good topics for future workshops. And my point is, it would be really helpful to see those a more usable package of work papers. But I'm imagining that topics would be to understand better about how the tranches work in those work papers, how they roll up to what's in your report, and understand better how you get to the values for lore and core upon which your RSEs are based.
Tom, we're happy to follow up and work with you. I politely would disagree with the characterization that you need usable work papers, that you don't have them right. We view our work paper package as usable, and for any challenges, we're absolutely happy to help and work with you and walk through all of this or any of it. So for sure, happy to follow up with you. And the things you were suggesting just now, we think we can just take you through those and show them.
I see Steve's come up. Steve,
Yeah,
don't
Tom,
want to preempt your conversation about next steps, but anyway, just wanted to.
Yeah, actually, it's this good segue to talk about next steps. What would you like to do as far as next future workshops are concerned? I want to hear from parties as to what topics you want to cover in future workshops. And an additional question I want you all to consider is whether or not, especially for SCE, whether or not any of the presentations would be better served in a more private group. Are there any confidentiality concerns you may have with any of your presentations that may preclude them from being made into a public workshop setting?
Everything we presented today, we had no concerns. If we are talking about certain aspects of our ramp showing, for example, in the cyber risk area, and potentially in physical security, there may be some confidentiality concerns or some of the details, not what's found in the chapter itself, but maybe in some of the underlying items. But we're happy to also work with subsets. When we do like a detailed walkthrough of certain work papers, I take your point, Steve. It may not be of general interest to all parties. We can make it open to parties with the idea that those that are truly interested in it can join. We're happy to do something like that. We'll work in whatever way works best for the CPUC staff.
So those machine learning models, you can do demonstrations in a public forum without any confidentiality concerns?
For those, I would need to consult with my team on the details of that for such a walkthrough or display. I'm sorry, I don't want to try in real time go over the details of everything in there. I don't believe that, well, anyway, I don't want to sort of try to speculate on details. I believe that some aspects may be confidential. If maybe what we could do is establish what, Steve, you'd like us to walk through, and then we can specifically address, what would be confidential and what would not be. And we can also look to, particularly for a limited audience, look at some sort of appropriate non-disclosure agreement signed for things that are confidential, assuming that they are confidential and not. I mean, there are certain things, for example, in cyber where it's not about, as you know, releasing it to anyone because it's not confidential just as a business purpose. It's confidential as a matter of true security.
Yeah, Chris, this is Russell from Edison. I wanted to follow up on that and reaffirm what you're saying. Anything that's potentially confidential in the details is really a grid security issue here.
Yeah. There are federal laws in some cases that restrict aspects in cyber and in grid. So we'd have to look at that. I think that what would be helpful though is we can't give you a blanket answer as to every piece of data that might need to be shown to do a walkthrough, that's separate and apart from our ramp showing. If there are specifics that you want us to walk through, then we can take that under, we can take that back, look at how we would do it and what would be raising confidentiality concerns. And I would note that just off the top of my head, in the area of physical and cybersecurity, just off the top of my head, certain underlying information that is not provided in the RAMP chapter or work papers currently, there's just certain aspects we would not be able to provide. I'm saying that in the aggregate and general, not in the specific.
Okay. Intervening parties, I would like to have your suggestions as to whether or not, question number one, whether or not additional public workshops are needed, and if they are needed, what topics would you like to cover for additional workshops?
And Steve, this is Tom. That was kind of the point of my previous remarks, is that I would really like to see this modified package of work papers before opining on that. We don't want to have workshops just for the sake of workshops, but I think we'll have a better idea of what our questions and what we need to understand better once we have something that at least we can work with. I mean, Edison, you folks apparently are able to work with them just fine, but Turn to date has not been able to work with any of the RSE numbers. That mega file is just not something we can deal with.
We understand it's large, and again, as we had alluded to, there's this balance between, the request for us to be very, very granular, and then when you're granular and you also want to be transparent and complete, you wind up with very, very large files. So I understand where you're coming from, and I hope you understand where we're coming from, that, we have these different interests that we want to make sure we fulfill in our role. And it does create challenges, because when you go granular and complete, you can wind up with a lot. So we're happy to proceed forward. We're going to do some work we are doing, and we'll be doing some more work behind the scenes to see what we can do as far as potentially alternative ways to present some of the information. I don't foresee a modified work paper package in terms of different information in and of itself, but to take the information that we provided, trace it differently, and take feedback on what's useful. So appreciate your feedback.
Can I ask a question about that, Chris? Because I think today was the first time that I understood, if it's correct, that at least for the wildfire, the tranches are broken down not by circuit segments, but by even more refined than that, by pole to pole segments. Is that correct? And that's why we have so many rows in there?
Brian Landry will talk, but ultimately circuit segments, it goes to structures. But Brian, go ahead.
That's right. So Wendy, the circuit segments go from poles with a piece of equipment to another pole with a piece of equipment. So they're not exactly pole to pole, but they could be very short in some circumstances. They could be very long. So that's why, part of the settlement is that we have to tranche to the most granular detail that we have, and we've done that. And as a result, it's several thousands to tens of thousands of rows of RSEs and mitigations effectiveness. So that's why in our ramp showing and the report itself, we group them into those three groupings.
Yeah, Brian, if I can just add on, this is Russell from Edison. So when we started our covered conductor program back in 2018, we filed what was then called the GSRP application, which was a bridge funding application between our 2018 and 2021 GRCs. We ultimately settled that on a consensus basis with Cal Advocates and Turn and others. But one of the criticisms or areas for potential improvement from interveners in that application was that we should not do covered conductor on a circuit basis, but on a more granular basis, on a circuit segment basis. We agreed with that recommendation, and over the ensuing years, we've moved towards that, and we've completely adopted it. Now, that recommendation has also been required, in my view, by energy safety and the commission through various regulatory proceedings. And so what that gets you is a lot of very, very granular, small pieces of overhead equipment. So a circuit segment can be a couple hundred of feet as opposed to a circuit that could be 10 or 12 miles. That when you do that analysis, and it's an appropriate analysis, it necessarily gives you a data output file that is massive. And so what we're trying to do here is balance the appropriate risk modeling, which is granular, with getting you and the interveners accessibility to how we did the modeling. And we acknowledge that so far we have not been perfect in that, but we're working towards it, and we hope in the very near future that we'll find something that serves both those goals.
And we have to serve different purposes. Again, as we've alluded to and said in the chapter, we went to a higher level with groupings in the chapter so that that was useful for parties that wanted to see it where they weren't going down to that level because, obviously you risk losing the forest for the trees at that very, 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 very detailed level for some in the audience. So between the chapter and the work papers, we're trying to serve, different customers, so to speak. And as Russell said, when we get told that or get feedback that people are having challenges with it, we want to work with you to resolve those challenges. And we all recognize that work paper that we've been talking about, that set of data is just massive, because when you go that granular across the span of the system, you have enormous amounts of data. And so we'll think about ways that maybe that could be chunked out in a way that remains with accuracy, but can maybe make it into sort of more manageable chunks, if you will. But we are working on that. We'll continue to and be in touch with you on it.
And the only reason I raise that is just because to be able to explain the response to Steve, which is that it would be, I think, easier for us to answer the question you posed, which is the right question, Steve. What should we be asking for, or what should we be looking for in future workshops? It would be really helpful to see that different package before we provide an answer to that question, and have a little time to work with that package, and then be able to send you something to offer suggestions. And of course, SPD, you may have ideas for workshops too, and we would certainly love to hear those if you have ideas for workshops. But anyway, I guess what I'm saying is, clearly we want to go deeper on wildfire issues, because that's the most significant risk these days. Exactly how will, in our mind, will depend on what we see in a revised package of work papers. And then we'd like to have an opportunity, after working with those some, to be able to send you something that says this is what we think would be good ideas for follow-up workshops.
Tom, this is Russell. I think that's completely and totally reasonable. It may not even be a revised set of work papers, but rather a new methodology of how to show the data. So we are, take me at my word, please, we are working on it very hard. And I don't think it'll be long until we get you a response that is more satisfactory. But I think that your your question is completely reasonable, that it may be at this point a little bit premature to schedule every potential workshop going forward.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
don't get
looking
me
for
wrong.
ways to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want you folks to. I may sound critical. That's not the point of what I'm trying to convey here. It's just to help explain why we don't feel ready to answer Steve's questions. And I don't question your good faith in trying to address our concerns. I'm just not trying to do that at all.
I didn't take it that way at all, Tom. So
Yeah, we don't take it that way, Tom. And again, we are, as Russell and I have both, I think, tried to communicate, we're looking at ways to present the same data, but in alternative ways, or can be broken down different ways or navigated, so that maybe that will be something that will work better for you. But we are, I just want to set the expectations. We're not working on when I hear revised package of work papers, that to me, maybe I'm too old school, suggests a different set of data, like different numbers. And that's not the case. We're looking at different ways to, if you will, split the data for navigating and looking at it. So as Russell said, we are working with alacrity on this, and we will continue to, and we'll get back to you as quickly as we can, but we want to be certain that we have usable things with alternates when we do take up your time.
Okay, thank you.
This is when it just, I mean, is it possible though for you to aggregate some of that? I mean, to aggregate, for example, two circuit segments, your 3 or 4 circuit segments per circuit. Could you aggregate the data you have now and present that?
I don't think so, but I want to have my folks on my team that work at the more detailed level to confirm that. But go ahead. Brian, Gary, Dan, Brian, Gary.
So this is Gary. I think we're looking at all possibilities to improve the readability. So, we are looking at everything right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I answered it in the way that the specific, what we have now may not do it. We're looking at ways that it might be able to be done.
This is Chris. So I was going to respond to Steve's invite about topics, but before I do, on the note that Wendy was just raising and aggregating data. So first, I sent an email about my experience opening that file, and also it seemed to me like everything went downhill when I took up the field that was called tranche name. And from what I've learned from this discussion, I'm curious, does tranche name then cover all the different segments? Is that part of what's getting in there, or are they completely apples and oranges?
That's correct, Chris. When you put in the tranche ID, you're bringing in.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing you. It's too soft.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you a little better, yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right. When you choose a tranche ID, you're bringing in that circuit segment, like 4 million rows, which is why it's crashing your Excel.
Okay, the audio is going in and out a little bit, but I think I captured what you said. To Wendy's note, if the tranche, could they be aggregated if these different segments are these are the segments that we're going to do covered conductor, these are the segments that we're going to do undergrounding, and if that could be done in a way, and that way maybe the file could be brought down to something more manageable, if that's within the realm of possibility. If there were a way to aggregate it so that we could make the file more useful, it would be appreciated.
This is Gary. I would say we are working and looking at different solutions to improve your access to the files.
Oh, okay, thanks. And then on the topic of future workshops or working groups or whatever, I think working groups are fine. And in some cases, I don't know that all parties are interested in all topics, but I would just throw on the list there would be a discussion of de-energization. So especially with this, what was explained and called, I don't know if you were calling it the fast curve. Actually, if you don't mind, if we could for a moment go back to the slide at 32. Yeah, so here it lists alternative technologies. I don't know if this encompasses what I think was referred to as, was it called fast curve or something? Is that under this column of alternate technologies?
No, I don't think it is, Chris.
Okay.
That's sort of like a baseline thing that we already have.
Oh, okay. So fast curve is considered a mitigation though, correct?
Well, I'm not going to answer that, Chris, because I don't want to speak out of turn, but maybe one of our subject matter experts who's on. I'm not sure if we model it as a standalone mitigation.
Yes, sorry. Fast curve is a mitigation, but by the time this ramp period happens, right, we've already deployed it, so it's not something that's here unless we decide to refine it in the future.
Oh, okay. So on that note, if there could be a workshop that covered in general de-energization, the details might have to be defined a little better. But in my mind, fast curve, if it's already deployed, even it seems like it is a mitigation. Maybe it's been deployed, but I think having a discussion or being able to learn from that would be very helpful. Just because that seems to be, at least, from my experience looking at what they're doing with the PG&E system, is that I think they've now switched. It used to be PSPS was going to be the gorilla for mitigation of wildfire risk, and now it's their EPSS, I believe, from the graphic that I've seen. And so if fast curve is used to mitigate risk, learning about it along with these other alternative technologies, I think would be very helpful to understand that. So
Chris, one possibility might be to have data requests as a supplement for this, but also maybe do this in a workshop setting, but parties maybe provide questions in advance so that we can work out sort of see what the specific inquiries are and make sure that our workshop presentation or materials or discussion addresses those. And of course, it doesn't foreclose from questions then at the workshop, but for specifics, drilling down on this, we're very happy to do so, but I wonder if it might be helpful. Again, you're not limited to it, but to get a set of questions in advance to make sure that we sort of have a chance to really work to address those to make the workshop or meeting as productive as possible.
Yeah, Chris, I agree. And I think, and Chris Park's comments are very appropriate here, that de-energization may be appropriate to be, examined in a more holistic fashion in a workshop. So we had a lot of questions about fast curves today that candidly we did not anticipate. So if there were like a 1-hour workshop scheduled at some point, later this summer about that, and we could combine that with PSPS and the relative trade-offs between the two, I think that would be useful.
Yeah, and that's a good point also that you were mentioning, Chris, about getting input in advance. I think that, often in the process in the past with other proceedings, there's like, okay, send in the topics in advance of the meeting. But this is just to kind of say, okay, what are those workshop meetings going to be, or technical working groups, and maybe even setting it for 2 hours. And then if it goes shorter, I don't think anyone would complain, but being able to have that on the list, I think would have value. Also, I think if we were, risk assessment is asking for other working group or workshop ideas. So that would be one. Another one in my mind would be being able to get the big picture of scope of the mitigation. So, and I haven't looked through the details of the ramp filing, but and I even missed some of this workshop. I apologize, I had conflicting meetings. But understanding, like, how many miles or what's the majority of the mitigation going to be for wildfire, like covered conductor versus undergrounding, just the big picture of how these all stack up against each other. Why is SCE deciding on this versus that? Because ultimately, I think a topic that covers that and also covers how this will be used in driving the general rate case programs, I think would be very helpful, because that's the gap that I continue to have, is understanding how this sometimes high level discussion actually ends up with, we're going to do 200 miles of undergrounding in year X. And just having, even if that's not all granularly figured out yet, just kind of having a big picture of where that looks, where that's looking like, and then understand how that how that's going to be used, I think would be a topic for a separate dedicated workshop.
Chris,
Yeah, so Chris, sorry,
wait.
Russell, could I go ahead real quick?
You go first, Chris.
Chris, appreciate your points. And in terms of like the big picture of like, how many miles of undergrounding are contemplated, how many miles of covered conductor, that is contained in the ramp chapter. And we actually, sort of trace it point by point through. So that is contained in the chapter. And if you have questions, whether through data requests or walking you through it, we're happy to work with you on that. And want to go back to my point, when I suggested that we maybe would think about it, questions in advance, it's been my experience, like, let's say we go really deep on fast curve settings. There may be cases where a question that's asked, maybe if we had a little bit of advance time, we think, this is a hypothetical, that, maybe we give a visual illustration or a diagram that helps illustrate the point, rather than, if we're in a workshop and it's real time, we'll get a question, we'll do our best to answer it verbally, but we won't have like a product or a reference or a citation right at our fingertips. Russell, go ahead.
No, I agree with you, Chris, and you as well, Chris Parks. I think that as Chris Villas said, our high level proposal for the ramp period is definitely laid out very explicitly in the ramp report, and it's consistent with our 2022 WMP update. And I feel at this point that will be generally consistent with what we propose in the 2025 GRC, which will be filed in mid-May of next year. That being said, things are always subject to change, and things often do change between the submission of the ramp and the filing of the GRC. But I think the way that you do, Chris, I'm sort of a high level guy, and it's like, what's really driving this proposal? And it is covered conductor and undergrounding and the mix between the two, and that is the integrated grid hardening strategy. I think Raj did a very nice job today about going over that and why we're doing what. But if there's a follow-up workshop that we could that would be appropriate to have further explanation on that, we would certainly be open to that.
Thank you. So so I would still be requesting that there would be a workshop on that, and I think it sounds like you're to some degree okay with that. So just to kind of highlight, so I missed part of this presentation because I had a different meeting today, but
you could dedicate 8 hours to our workshop, Chris.
You didn't devote every minute to it.
The question, I think we have till what, 4:30. But the question is not the number of miles, but the process of coming up with this kind of like number of miles in this year. So the process, okay. So, and maybe that's in the ramp report that will explain the formula that SCE used. But if it's not, that would be what would be, I think, a big candidate for this workshop, is to show how SCE came up with this number of miles in this year and this mitigation versus this mitigation. At a granular point, this is where we're coming up with. How did we get here? Why did we select this and not double that amount, or not put this off to the following year? that would be what I think would be useful to get out of this workshop.
I hear you, Chris. Those are important questions and ones that you, I think, raised yesterday, if I'm getting my days straight for the Risk OIR workshop. But I agree that the scoping questions and how we chose to scope are very important questions, and a workshop could be a useful exercise to explore that.
Okay, thank you. And then on the other, one more topic would be the safety management system. And maybe it's too new, maybe there's not a whole lot to talk about, but I do think, my understanding is that it has been used in a number of industries to improve safety and prevent catastrophic events. So, and that might not be as long of an item, but to the extent that can be included as well. So so if there were an opportunity, and it sounds like it, if I don't know which ones are going to get picked or how they're going to get resolved, but having those workshops and maybe even, I know in the Risk OIR, I believe Safety Policy Division set up a number of workshops, and they even had a couple at the end that were sort of like placeholders. So if folks, as they are able to open up this this huge work paper and kind of get an understanding of it, they can then have, we might want to have a topic that covers whatever that we're uncovering, and maybe there could be a couple of placeholders that we could use to have that in the schedule. So and I think that and if there's time later, I might ask I did open up that actually, I could save it. So I opened up the safety and reliability report. Thank you very much. And there's a table in there, section 6, which really piques my interest. That we could, I don't know if there's going to be time this afternoon. Otherwise, I would save it if there's going to be a workshop on de-energization later. I would bring it up then. And then, and I did have questions. In the email, I asked about like Alt 1, as an example, and when I sent it yesterday about the opening up the work file. And I don't know if there's a quick answer to that, but that would be a question I might have later if there's more time, or I'll save it for a future workshop. But those would be some thoughts about what we could have for future technical working group or workshop meetings. Thanks.
I don't disagree with anything you said, Chris. I just want to be mindful of the schedule because it has not been established yet formally. So Cal Advocates and Turn filed a protest to our ramp application. Our reply will be filing probably at any second. It may hit your inbox at any second. But the high level on that issue is that we're open to discussions about the schedule, but our core concern is getting everything done in time so that we can incorporate all of the appropriate feedback in our 2025 GRC, which I said earlier is filing in mid-May 2023, but we have to get it done well in advance. It's obviously a big, complicated process. So we are completely open to additional workshops and discussions, whether those are formal, informal, a combination of both. But I would ask that we all be cognizant of that sort of that date that is immovable, which is in mid-May. So you'll see our reply to the protest filing at any second, and I would encourage all of us to come together about scheduling issues, including on workshops, so that we can find the best collaborative path together to get to that end goal.
And again, particularly if we're having more than one session, to the extent parties can give us like what are their specific areas they want, sub areas they want addressed, or questions. Again, they're not restricted. That doesn't mean you can't ask questions at the workshop, of course, but that way we can tailor our presentations or our discussion to what parties are really looking for, and not spend any time on something that may be of interest to us, but not of interest to the person that had brought up the topic. So just want to make this as productive as possible.
Yeah, just one quick note.
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, thanks. But just one quick note is by having this discussion about workshops and topics and understanding that, I think that helps inform any kind of guidance or decision on the schedule. Because if folks are discussing, the need or the desire or the value of a workshop on certain topics, I think that helps kind of define the schedule when it gets resolved at some point. So anyway, I just was going to throw that out there.
No, Chris, that's a good point. And also having some sort of defined path of any additional workshops or workshop style meetings or working groups would be very helpful, I think, for the assigned commissioner and ALJ, so that the procedural schedule they set takes that into account in a way that also leaves appropriate time for all of the other items, including the due time they need for consideration before reaching the proposed decision on our application. So I definitely hear where you're coming from.
Okay, we're drawing to a close. I want to, speaking for SPD, I will have to confer with my team members before deciding whether or not, from our perspective, we want to have additional workshops, and if so, what topics we would like to cover in additional workshops. But I do want to echo Tom Long's earlier comments that we found the machine learning model still very much a black box to us, despite the presentation and a meeting with SCE a couple of days ago. We are still somewhat very much clueless as to how exactly the machine learning model works. So we would like to get additional clarity on it somehow, either through private meetings in the future or additional workshop or an additional workshop on it. And as Russell pointed out before, we still have not, we don't have a public hearing, what do you call it?
Pre-hearing conference?
Pre-hearing conference yet. So that will dictate the schedule for the rest of the proceeding. The assigned commissioner's office is Commissioner, let's see, who's the assigned commissioner's office? Shimura. And then the assigned ALJ is Judge Lorock. So I would need to confer with them first before we can even discuss the need or whether or not we would have additional workshops. But I believe my suggestion is you send me emails. If you want to have additional workshop preferences and suggestions for topics, you send emails. My channel is always open to any parties on that.
Thank you, Steve. And if we're sort of concluding here, I just want to kind of end where I sort of began the morning, just to say thank you. We really appreciate the dialogue, the participation of the parties, the thoughtful questions, and just appreciate the chance to sort of have this back and forth with regard to our ramp showing. We're proud of it. We worked incredibly hard on it over an extended period of time, and we appreciate the chance to explore it further with you.
Thank you, everyone. This workshop will be posted once the recording is available. When it will be posted onto YouTube. So
yeah. Steve, one last thing. When I say thank you, a special thank you to you and to the CPC staff and the technical crew for just coordinating and hosting this workshop. We very much appreciate it, as always. But your labors never go unrecognized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, this adjourns this workshop. Thank you to our IT team for their support today. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.